Welcome you to the July 26th regular meeting and work session of the Pinehurst Village Council. We have quite an extensive agenda today, both in the regular meeting and in the work session of important items to the Village of Pinehurst, and we welcome all of your participation in that. For those of you who are not here in the Assembly Hall at Village Hall, but maybe watching on our live stream, if you wish to make any comments about any subject whatsoever to the Village Council, you may do so by sending an email to the email address publiccomments@vopnc.org. That's public comments with 2 C's at vopnc.org. Those email messages will be delivered to the village clerk, and the village clerk will in turn circulate those to the council members and appropriate staff. They will not be read at this meeting, but they will be given to the council and staff. Excuse me. Those of you who are here and who wish to speak tonight, other than those that are making presentations, there are 3 lists for this meeting in the back of the room. We have 2 public hearings on different subjects and then our regular public comment period at the end of the regular meeting. So if you wish to speak on any of those 3 subjects, I would encourage you to sign the appropriate list as soon as you can. The clerk will take up those lists in a few minutes' time, and then we'll work from those when we come to the 2 hearings and public comments at the end of the meeting. Having dealt with those administrative matters, I would ask for the invocation by Pastor Jabe Largent, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all rise, please? Thank you. Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, we'll move on then to our agenda items as are shown to you on the screen, I believe. We'll deal with item number 3. That'll be reports from the village manager and members of the village council. All the council members are here tonight, along with our village manager. Jeff, do you have comments for this meeting?
I've got one thing to report on, John. Several days ago, the window expired for submissions for our library design firm, the RFQ process. We received 7 such submissions, and so now we have a team made up of mostly senior staff that will be reviewing those 7 submissions and narrowing it down to 3 to propose for council interviews. So more to follow on that.
Thanks very much. That's a good response. I hope we sort them out.
Yeah, not bad.
Thank you, Jeff. From my responsibilities, looking particularly at the resort and the USGA over the recent weeks, we've had obviously the announcement last week by the USGA that it'll be moving important assets from the Golf World Hall of Fame to Pinehurst. Some of us would say back to Pinehurst, where a few of these artifacts began their life in the Hall of Fame some time ago. We welcome that news from the USGA as a further commitment to Pinehurst and the world of golf and building our reputation as well as theirs in this fine place. And to the resort as well as to the USGA, I know that some of you will have attended the Adaptive Open last week at course number 6. I was there for a few days, and it's really was a very well done event and very encouraging as well. That event will return here next year, as most of you are aware, and then over time be held in other locations, as I understand it. U.S. Kids Golf is here this week and next. It'll be a very busy time. And the parade next week on August the 2nd, I recall. I also had a Zoom meeting with the Department of Transportation following up on some of the discussions with respect to the traffic circle. Mr. Sanborn and I and Jane were in that meeting, if I recall correctly. And we made some progress on timing and ideas, and we look forward to moving that discussion forward. All the council is very engaged in that review, as you will know, and we'll spend a great deal of time on that over the next couple of weeks. I also would take a moment to mark the passing of John Scavarla, known to many of us here, one of our leading citizens and entrepreneurs, former Secretary of the Department of Environmental Quality, or DENR as it's called in North Carolina, and also Secretary of Commerce. John's services are tomorrow here in Pinehurst. Having done that, I think we'll move on. And Lydia, will I start with you today? Any comments?
No report. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Matt Pizzella?
I just want to ditto your comments on the Adaptive Open. It was a historic event, and we know we'll have many more, not only here, but around the country, and it's a big step forward for golf. Thank you.
Jane?
Thank you. This Thursday, the 28th of July, is the next Shop Until 8 o'clock at night event sponsored by Pinehurst Business Partners in the Village Center, and they're doing it each fourth Thursday of the month through the summer. And then this afternoon, Mr. Sanborn and Mr. Pizzella and I were at the Tri-Cities group meeting, which meets every other month. It's part of the Triangle J Council of Governments group to talk about how Aberdeen, Southern Pines, and Pinehurst can collaborate on various government matters. And this time we talked about collaborating on road paving projects, and we also talked about board training. So that was very interesting. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jane. Jeff?
The only thing I have is the Triangle J Council of Government meeting for this month was canceled. So nothing to report on that. That's all I've got.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on then to item number 4, which is a motion to approve the consent agenda. These are the minutes of recent meetings on July the 12th, and will be approved or not in one motion. Are there any council member have any items to correct or take out of the minutes for further consideration at another time? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yeah, I move to approve all the items listed and consider routine on the consent agenda.
That's a motion by Councilman Pizzella. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Councilperson Jane Hogeman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's none. The motion carries. Move on to item number 5. This is motion to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing. Let's take that motion, please, and then any comments we'll have from Mr. Sanborn after we start that. Is there a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter a public hearing?
I'll move to adjourn the, to recess the regular meeting and enter public hearing number 1, Resorts of Pinehurst Lodge Parking Terrace And should we just leave it at
Yeah.
number 1?
Yeah, right. So that's a motion by Jane Hoagman. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second by Councilman Pizzella. All in favor of recessing the regular meeting and moving to a public hearing number 1, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries, and we'll move into this open hearing. Jeff, do you have any comments to deliver, please?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, John. And Alex is going to make this presentation, but this is a request coming from Pinehurst Resorts to update or modify the conditional district that was approved a little over a year ago to permit what was called at that time the Lodge project. Substantially, this is in order to accommodate the construction of a 2-level parking facility in the area of the main parking lot on the resort's property there. So I'll turn it over to Alex.
Mr. Cameron, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland, council, and those in attendance and watching live. So yes, officially to enter the public hearing item here into the record, it is a map amendment. And this would change the existing zoning from RD, or Recreation Development District, to HCD, Hotel Conditional District. And this is a portion of the overall parcel ID 0002580. The property owner is the Resorts of Pinehurst, Inc., and the applicant on record is Bob Kuntz with Kuntz Jones Design. Again, current land use is Recreation Development District. If you can see the existing zoning map with the proposed boundary outlined there with the diagonal hash mark. Of course, it is currently a surface parking that uses the area for the resort amenities. The area to the north, as we just discussed within the mayor's report, is the site of Golf House Pinehurst, USGA, and the original approved resort lodge footprint from last year that Jeff alluded to, the introduction, is this area here in the other shade of pink. So this proposed boundary amendment would include that entirety of the area from the proposed or the approved lodge footprint to contiguous with the USGA Golf House Pinehurst. This public hearing was noticed in accordance with the standards in North Carolina General Statutes and the PDO. A little bit about conditional zoning. So conditional zoning, and like all map amendments, they are a legislative process. There are 3 types of land use decisions in the state of North Carolina. They are legislative, administrative, and quasi-judicial. Typically with legislative decisions, they are all basically fall in the lap of the governing board, and you have wide latitude in your considerations for these requests. With those requests, you are to get a recommendation from the local planning and zoning board and from staff. Consider those along with your currently adopted long use planning. So with conditional districts, a little bit different. The local government can consider, and the applicant must also consider and be agreeable to conditions that are specific to the development. Again, mutually agreed upon. Public hearings are both held by the planning board and village council, and again, that's where you consider your adopted comprehensive plan and those recommendations given to you. So there has been seems like maybe some confusion on the total area or the acreage here. The total area, if this amendment were to be approved, would be a totality of 6.87 acres. What this request does is amend the previous boundary to include an additional 4.2 acres. And with that, it would allow for the development of the 2-level parking structure, which is partially subterranean. And the reason for that request is the current underlying zoning of RD does not allow for a parking structure. Also, the applicant has requested an additional condition, which is provided and would be condition number 12, that basically would allow for those same uses that were approved with last year's resort lodge rezoning to at that same intensity or a lesser intensity, meaning number of rooms, square footage, number of seats, etc., but also giving an allowance to increase impervious surface up to 15%, as well as a decrease in open space of 15%. Some of the reasoning for that request is there are certain allowances to modifications of a previously approved rezoning request and a general concept plan. Those changes are listed in the PDO, and they are, substantial changes must be re-reviewed and follow the same legislative hearing process. Uses that are not intensified or area of footprint of structures that aren't increased by a certain percentage are basically allowed at a staff level. Anything that, at the discretion of the village planner, that would rise to a level of substantial change would also have to follow the same process to be amended. The 15% decrease in open space and impervious surface is also listed as a substantial change, hence the request by the applicant. Here's a copy of the requested condition table. Again, the applicants requested that those are previous uses and those conditions will be maintained within that general building envelope with the approved general concept plan from June of last year. Design standards will be maintained for the structures within the building envelope indicated. Any modifications to the structures from what was approved will obviously be required to obtain a certificate of appropriateness, or a COA, from the Village of Pinehurst Historic Preservation Commission. Modifications to the overall open space may not be reduced by more than 15%, and impervious surface may not be increased by more than 15%. The applicant also indicates with this requested condition that any increase in impervious surface will be managed per previous condition number 5. And what that condition did was the applicant agreed to any increase in impervious surface will be managed to meet a 25-year storm event. A little bit on the siting of the area and the adjacent land uses. Again, the area of the boundary amendment included here in purple. The existing boundary is here with my cursor. It is just east of the railroad right-of-way and NC Highway 5. It's obviously adjacent to the existing resort clubhouse campus, golf course to the west, and there are residential areas to the north and the east. The entirety of the area is located within the local historic preservation overlay district. The 2019 comprehensive plan, conservation and growth maps, like the future and land use map, does indicate the area to be private open space. That would not, if this request were to be approved, it would not change or amend that designation. Also, guiding principle number 5, taking care of business of the 2019 comprehensive plan, does state that the village should support the golf, tourism, healthcare industries that make up the economic backbone of the community, and does recognize that golf and tourism are two of the most important industries in Pinehurst, and that we should be able to, the village should be able to cater to the changing needs and keep and maintain Pinehurst's identity as a premier golf and hospitality destination. Existing conditions, so this kind of superimposes a little bit of what the can kind of see with an aerial. Here again is the area subject to this request of the added 4.2 acres. Again, you can see it does currently house existing surface parking, and largely the area into the center would be where the two-leveled structure would be. A lot of the existing surface parking on the outside, on the west side, would remain. Here's the applicant's provided general concept plan. So with conditional district rezonings within our jurisdiction, a general concept plan is required to be submitted along with it. And general concept plans are considered a site-specific plan, and then in and of itself become a zoning condition of that approval. So any substantial changes or deviations from an approved general concept plan, as I spoke to earlier, would have to be re-reviewed and approved by Village Council, again, following the same process. To the south here, I'll generally follow the outline, is the previously approved envelope of the hotel conditional district rezoning. The dashed area here is the general approved building envelope of the resort lodge, which was approximately 60,000 square feet, included 34 rooms, Also the locker room component, a a rooftop bar, and some other meeting space. As you see here, by following the cursor in the outline, this is the footprint of the proposed parking terrace. The area to the north is the area that would be exposed at the greatest extent. The more further south you go, the more subterranean the structure would get. The general circulating and parking plan that's provided by the applicant does maintain the access coming down Carolina Vista. There is a new access that will be provided as part of the Golf House Pinehurst project that will be serving strictly the USGA site there, mainly for the admin offices. But again, you'll come in down Carolina Vista and you can see the entrance and exit there as it currently exists with the surface parking near the members' parking entrance.
Alex, on that drawing just there, what was the red portion all about right there in the USGA lot? What is that?
That just says, that's kind of like the general layout of where the parking, I believe the 109 parking
Coming in,
spaces that
yeah.
can be provided for the USGA
Right.
site.
Okay, thanks.
The renderings were also provided by the applicant for the parking terrace. Again, the area is located within a local historic preservation overlay, so a certificate of appropriateness will be required to be issued by the Historic Preservation Commission. The applicant has yet to pursue that request at this point. A little bit about, again, is using the grade of the property. The proposed finished floor elevation it will be varied anywhere from 510 feet to 524 feet with an additional plus or minus 3 feet parapet wall that will be provided along the perimeter for some screening and buffering for headlights as well as glare. So that gives you an idea of what the approximate maximum height exposure could be at the highest. The renderings were provided as part of the agenda packet, but here you can see just a few that dropped in the slideshow. Kind of citing yourself here, Highway 5 would be up here in the railroad right-of-way. The area, again, that would be to the facing north where my cursor is would be that plus or minus 17 or so feet of exposure, including the parapet wall. Pedestrian access from the lower level is shown here, which would be, again, on the north side going toward where and facing the previously approved lodge footprint. A little bit better depiction of that access point from the lower level. As far as environmental impacts, there aren't many with the development of this site. There's no floodplains or wetlands on site. It is located in a public water supply watershed, and special intensity allocation, or an SIA, was approved last year with the approved rezoning for the entirety of that parcel. And with that, best management practices for incorporating stormwater management will have to be applied for any of that increased stormwater. There is an active red cockaded woodpecker petition, which is shown by the image here on your right, where you can see where the boundary of that is. According to the biological assessment that's been provided by the applicant, there are no negative impacts for the red cockaded woodpecker habitat. Obviously, we've been reviewing much of that as well with the Golf House Pinehurst project, which is just actually has more coverage within that boundary. Site features, I'm not going to go into great detail on this, but as we mentioned, access is remaining from the traffic circle at Cherokee Road via Carolina Vista Drive. The pedestrian connectivity is going to continue with the existing brick sidewalks on site. Applicants indicated that all signage would follow the approved condition number 3 in the previously approved ordinance 2107, which does allow for a slight increase. They've indicated that the landscaping will meet current PDO requirements. All exterior lighting also is indicated to meet the current PDO requirements, and stormwater management will be via the underground system that was approved with the original general concept plan. So again, a lot about this request is about the parking. So the applicants indicated after providing the number of spaces and those that would be displaced, that there would be a net gain of 123 spaces. Previously approved condition number 8 of 2107, which was mutually agreed upon by the applicant and Village Council, requested that they provide 125 spaces as part of the lodge rezoning, and a lot of that was based on the PDO calculation for the uses within that building and then the number of spaces that were going to be displaced, with the caveat that if the uses changed or decreased, then the parking could also be decreased. 34 lodging rooms, the requirement is 1 per room. So if, for whatever instance, if the number of units were decreased to 30, then the number of parking spaces to be provided could be reduced by that. Planning and Zoning Board action, again, Planning and Zoning Board is required to hold a public hearing to review any map amendments. Earlier this month at their regular meeting, they held the required public hearing and did vote 5-2 to recommend approval of the request as submitted. They also did adopt a statement of consistency with the 2019 comprehensive plan. Now to kind of get into a little bit of the applicant's requested condition. So again, they've requested a condition to give them and to preserve the approved uses within that previously approved footprint, which again had a lodging use component, bar, locker room, and that would have to be at the same or a lesser intensity. So that means for like the bar component, the number of seats, for the lodging component, the number of rooms or units. Any changes in a greater intensity or land use would have to go back through the same process that we're following today. The applicants indicated that the request for this condition is that the future development within that approved footprint has not yet been fully determined. Placement, siting. For example, it's thought that there still remains a very strong desire to construct a locker room facility as part of the commitment and the agreement with Pinehurst Resort and USGA, but those plans have yet to be fully developed. The resort may also still want to construct some bar, tavern, or pub facility, and the condition as requested would permit that. However, it would have to stay at the number of seats. The same principles again apply for the number of lodging units. So getting to a staff recommendation on the request, as the parking terrace is proposed, staff has no issues with that or with the inclusion of the 4.2 acres within the overall hotel conditional district boundary. We do have concern over the requested condition, which would again be condition number 12, without having better conceptualized site plan, elevations, renderings, et cetera, within that approved footprint. Without having a more detailed plan or rendering, especially indicating how the buildings will be sited, laid out, the footprint, maybe the number of buildings, and how those uses are broke down within those buildings. Also with viewing any additional access points. That future development would only now be reviewed by the HPC for consideration of a COA and by the Technical Review Committee, which is an administrative review for a minor site plan. So council's action and then your options. So you again required by state law to hold a public hearing. You should consider the recommendation given to you by the Planning and Zoning Board and village staff, and of course your comprehensive plan. After review and having the public hearing and getting comments, you may adopt the proposed conditional rezoning amendment by ordinance or reject the proposed amendment. Additional conditions or revisions to the conditions may also be considered by village council, but be mindful that any conditions must be mutually agreed upon by the applicant. Kind of laid out some options here for council to consider with this request. Option one, with public hearings, you always have the option, if additional information is necessary you can continue the hearing. If that is an option, you must clearly state the time, date, and place. Option two, you could approve the request as submitted. That would approve the general concept plan and that added condition. Option three, you could approve the request without the proposed condition. This would have to be agreed upon by the applicant. What this would do is it would allow the parking terrace to move forward, but require any other substantial changes as defined in the PDO to go back through again the same amendment process. Four, you could approve the request with additional or revised conditions. Again, must be agreed upon mutually with the applicant. And of course, the option is to deny as well. With that, that does conclude staff's presentation, and we'll be happy to address or answer any questions, especially on the staff provided material.
We could take questions now, or we could take them in our discussion time after we've heard a presentation from the applicant as well. Are there questions for Alex at this point, or would you wish to hold those?
I just have one. Is there a staff recommendation per se?
Do you want to go back to the staff recommendation slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Had the 5 options, and I just wanted to juxtapose it with the staff recommendation.
Okay. So basically, without having, staff's recommendation is that without having a more detailed plan or rendering, we can't really provide a hard and fast recommendation. Because we do have a general concept plan and conceptual layout of the boundary amendment to include the 4.2 acres, along with the parking terrace and the renderings that are provided, we have no issues with that.
Right. Well, of the 5 options, there is not a favorite of the staff?
I think option 3 does give the opportunity for something to move forward. Option 4 is something that could still be hashed out between council and the applicant that we could provide something in greater detail on. One thing could be is to consider getting additional material from the applicant that could then give us an opportunity to provide a harder and fast recommendation on the proposed condition as far as how those uses and how those buildings would be laid out within that approved footprint.
Does staff have any indication from the applicant which option they prefer?
We don't.
We can discuss that during the hearing. Any other questions for the staff report at this point? We can come back to that as well.
No.
So we're in public hearing number 1, which is the hearing about the application by the Resorts of Pinehurst for a terraced parking facility on the main golf campus, I would call it. I believe the applicant has some comments they'd like to make mail to us now, and who will be leading that discussion? And you can pull a third chair to that table. And Mr. Pashley, before you even identify yourself, if you want to push the button on the speaker in front of you so that it is only green, try one. Hold it down just a second. And Bob Coons, would you do the same until you get a green? There you. It's very tricky. There you go. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your all being here, and I know you have some information you'd like to convey to us. Certainly, you've been going through this process with respect to this parking facility, and as I think we initially heard, this is a facility that many of us thought would be a very advantageous type of parking space for the campus. And so I think we're very interested that you've taken that route and want to talk to us tonight about that. So please go ahead, and as you speak, if you identify yourselves for the purposes of the public, that would be helpful very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It's exciting to be here in front of you again today, and we're excited about this project. My name's Tom Pashley, President of Pinehurst Resort and Country Club, and this has been in development for quite some time. We've got some new renderings that we'd like to share. They're a little bit updated compared to what was shown by Alex and the staff. But thank you for the opportunity to give you these opening comments, and then we'll turn it over for more detail. The expression "cart before the horse" is used to suggest something is done contrary to the normally effective sequence of events. To put the cart before the horse is an analogy for doing things in the wrong order. We heard that reference a lot as we went through the lodge rezoning process about a year ago. At the time, circumstances dictated a seemingly illogical sequence of events, building the lodge before the associated parking. However, the decision we made this spring to pause construction of the lodge provides us the opportunity to put the horse back in front of the cart. In doing so, we hope to provide what Councilman Hoagman described as a pleasant experience for all who visit the clubhouse. The unanticipated pause of the lodge, a result of escalating costs and unpredictable construction timelines, allows us to build the parking that's required to support future lodging and have it complete by the middle of next year. This expanded parking will then support all of the uses previously approved but currently paused. Now, on the requested condition, we heard a lot of opinions from the council, friends, and neighbors on the design of the approved lodge building. In particular, many expressed concerns about the view of the lodge from Highway 5 and the Cradle. It's fair to say that opinions on the design varied significantly. It was one structure designed to appear as if it had been expanded over several decades. Our current thinking is to reconceive that space as multiple smaller structures that combine to produce several attractive courtyards. We have very preliminary concepts that we're prepared to share with you. However, we have and we need more time to develop our plans. As we refine our concepts, we'll look forward to working with village staff and the Historic Preservation Commission. But as it relates to parking, we have this window of opportunity to realign our cart and our horse and feel it's in all of our best interests to act now. While we're on the subject of parking, I'd like to offer a few updates since the last time we met. 86 spaces have been added to the Carolina Hotel campus. 100 spaces have been constructed in our greenhouse area and await the completion of an access road. We're here discussing an additional 123 spaces at the clubhouse, and we're actively planning 94 additional spaces at the Carolina Hotel. In total, we'll have invested over $10 million in parking in less than 2 years. We're proud and excited about the progress that's been made and look forward to the opportunities ahead of us in the future. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Bob Kuntz to walk you through the specifics of the parking terrace.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, members of the council. It's good to be here tonight. What I would like to do is walk through in a little more detail than Alex did, and we have some new images to show as well. So I'll go ahead and get started. See if I can figure this out. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so looking at the existing site in a little bit more detail, can I point with this? Oh, I can.
I think you have
great.
it there.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So looking at this in a little bit more detail, this is the club area, and you can see the pool, the clubhouse, the existing croquet lawns, the existing Carolina Vista coming up, the drop-off area. And this area, this access drive is the current access drive coming into the main parking lot. There's a northern area here and the southern area on this side. Most of what the parking deck will be taking up is this area on the south of that drive. This drive will remain in place, although it will be widened and expanded for additional to maintain cart traffic and more pedestrian traffic through that area, along with the vehicular traffic. So we'll talk about that in a second as we look into the detail. As Alex mentioned, we are asking to expand the hotel conditional district area from this site to this location, specifically because parking structures are not permitted in the recreational development zoning classification and district. So expanding this area. We are expanding all the way to the USGA site in order to accommodate the entire area, and this allows for any future expansion that may occur. Obviously, that would have to come back in through a general concept plan, but this does allow for some additional space in the future as the resort grows and expands. When we looked at the original lodge application, there were two alternatives presented for the parking. And then conditions were made, and these were the two alternatives. The first alternative was the parking structure in this area, which was the preferred option in the conditions. And then there was also the area above, located on the tennis courts as surface parking in these areas on the northern portion of the property. Obviously, we're here this evening presenting the parking structure. As Tom mentioned, it is the preferred option now. So we are going to go through some detail and information regarding the parking structure. So looking at existing conditions in more of a plan view rather than the aerial, you can see the access point, you can see the existing parking lot, and the croquet lawns here. The site plan, as Alex walked through earlier, does utilize that existing drive. It will be widened again to accommodate carts and a sidewalk added for pedestrian access as well. As you're coming in this access drive, you would enter the lower level of the parking structure here and the parking terrace located here. And then there's a gradual drive up in this parking lot. It transitions grade and is a very nice, gentle access. It comes up at about 4%, which really isn't, it's a pretty gradual climb up to the top level of the deck, and eventually gets to roughly the level of the croquet lawns here. So essentially, if you're at the drop-off loop now, how you sort of come down the access, if you're coming from the parking lot, you walk up to the level of the drop-off area, it will be flush across that area, and it's flush with the parking, with the croquet lawns, and this parking courtyard, or this courtyard at this location is roughly flush with that existing grade. So everything across this entire area would be flush. This end of the parking structure is subterranean. It is below grade, and then it gradually transitions as you move down the sides on both sides of the parking structure. Going back through the original conditions, the first condition was a maximum of 55 feet. The second was based on the setbacks related to the building and the lodge structure. Increasing signage was number 3, and then there was a removal of certain structures or certain uses within the original lodge, and those were removed as part of the application and aren't part of this request. The stormwater management, it was agreed that it would accommodate all 25-year storm events, and that is still in place. And item 6, preserving 2 specimen trees, efforts to be taken, and that is still appropriate. Item number 7 discussed a development agreement with the village, and specifically related to parking in conditions 8, 9, and 10. And actually, all of those have been or being addressed here this evening with the parking structure. So the parking at the greenhouse area and the parking at the Carolina Hotel have been addressed, and are moving forward with this parking structure that will address the third item as well. Item number 8 was the parking structure and the additional 125 parking spaces. And it did state that the Village of Pinehurst preferred the leveled above and below ground parking structure in front of the lodge versus surface parking. And we're here tonight to show the plans, and these plans address that condition number 8. Condition 9 was the 100 parking spaces at the greenhouse, and then condition 10 was the additional Carolina Hotel parking, all of which have been addressed. And then number 11, condition 11, was that a plan providing and managing on-site temporary parking and internal overflow parking for special events would be coordinated with the Village of Pinehurst. And I know the resort has been having conversations with staff and others related to working through that entire process. And then our proposed condition number 12, and Alex did a good job of describing the proposed condition, allowing for maintenance of maintaining the existing uses on the property that were approved with the lodge, and then adding a little bit of flexibility for the overall open space and impervious surface based on the way that the UDO or the PDO allows changes to those to be made. The existing hotel conditional district allowed for 34 guest rooms, 64,000 square foot hotel structure, a locker room, a bar and rooftop bar with 60 seats, a boardroom with 30 seats, and then setbacks, and then a maximum building height of 55 feet. With condition 12, we're asking that those still be permitted in that area, just as a different configuration of the uses and of the facilities there. So looking at a few more images, some newer enhanced images. You can see the level in this image. This is the northeastern corner of the parking structure. This is the entry drive coming into the existing parking lot. You can see access in the lower level of the deck here, a nice sidewalk and brick steps going up to the upper level of the deck. And then you can see how, in this image, how the Carolina Vista going to the drop-off area rises and goes up in grade, and then how the deck sits in and is level with that area. So you can really get an idea of how much of the parking structure is below grade. One of the things that we really wanted to do in designing, and Jay Hugo with 3 North is here tonight as well. Jay is the architect and can discuss in further detail the architecture. But one of the things we really wanted to do is create more of a garden element with the parking structure rather than a building. Something that really blends into the ground plane. You see all the brick sidewalks that are around the resort, and blending that brick material into the parking structure, and just creating something that blends in with the landscape. Something that looks more hardscape element and garden element than just a parking structure sitting out in the way. So this, rather than like a general stair tower like you would see in parking structures, really creating a nice wide set of stairs coming down and very gracious and connecting back to the sidewalks. This is an aerial view, bird's eye view of the same area, but looking back, and again, you can get a sense of the grade, and then you can see this slide lends itself to seeing the grade transition, the general grade transition up to the upper level of the parking terrace. You can also see the lower level access here, and then how the deck is projected at this point. This is a view looking from the cradle and from the croquet lawns, looking back toward the deck. This is a courtyard area, and this area, this brick is really an emergency access area. Car traffic will not be permitted through this area. One of the things we wanted to do was limit the amount of car traffic, vehicular traffic coming up to on Carolina Vista into the drop-off area. There's already a lot of traffic there, and if we were bringing that up and turning all the traffic into the upper level of the deck there, it would just, we felt like it would be just an excessive amount of traffic coming up this way and around. So right now, you would enter here, and this would be emergency access only coming across this area, and also create a really nice transition out and walkway. And as I mentioned earlier, this would be a flush access that would tie directly into the club level. The view from Highway 5, again, it is, since this area is subterranean and the croquet lawns sit here, you really are not going to see a whole lot of the parking structure from Highway 5. There is the parapet wall that is here, about 3.5 feet high, that would screen the cars from Highway 5 with a nice brick element around. So the views from Highway 5, by the time we get landscaping and it's in the grade and the parapet wall and the brick wall, it really will be limited visibility from Highway 5. This is a little more detailed version of looking at the brick steps and the garden elements. This is a walkway down to the lower level of the deck. We do have a couple of handicap ADA parking spaces on this end that would have direct access into the members club on this end, and I'll talk about that again here in a second. This is a view looking back across the lawn bowling area. So looking back from the lawn bowling, really trying to minimize the structure that you see because of the subterranean nature of the deck. So you really get to see, you'll see very limited amount of that area, and we feel like the brick material really lends itself to blending in with the landscape.
Bob, before you go on, I got to ask this question now. In several of the recent drawings here, you've shown the upper level of the parking structure, and you don't see much about the vehicles that are there. Now, is that just the way this is drawn, or has anybody sort of measured the height of the average vehicle, at least as it is in this year, and how much over the top will we see of the roofs and other parts of automobiles parked on the upper level there?
I think this is a pretty accurate representation of what you'll see. You know, a 3-foot high parapet, you know, 3 to 3.5 feet hides a lot of the car. I mean, a car is really about 4.5 to 5 feet tall. We do have some pretty large trucks around here, though.
Yes, we do.
Not much we can do about those. But it will hide, it will at least be headlight above the headlights. So it will at least be above the headlights to help screen the headlights, and so you won't see any headlights floating around. Again, I'm not sure, you know, there are trucks here that have headlights 6 feet high, but, or 5 feet high, but.
So in general, you're pretty confident that the sighting of the top of the structure, if we come back and see it just from this angle in a couple of years when it's built, that's kind of what we're going to see?
Yeah.
You're confident that the vehicles are not going to be seen that much, either coming up from the north to the south on the other side in Carolina Vista, or certainly here across the lawn bowling?
Yeah, I'm very
Okay.
confident in that, and Jay, you may have some additional comments related to that. Jay Hugo with 3 North is the architect.
Jay Hugo, I'm with 3 North Architects. Yeah, the rendering is very accurate. It's actually driven from our construction drawings. It's not just a sort of eyewash conceptual view. The dimensions are very accurate. You'll certainly see much less of the cars with this structure in place than you would with the surface parking, and the general height of the parapet is exactly as we propose it.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob. Go right ahead.
One of the things, one other thing that we wanted to do in design of the deck as well is, since it is largely subterranean, about half the deck is subterranean, wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for natural light coming in. And this is an image of the grand staircase that leads to the terrace area, or the courtyard area as you come out of the deck on the southern end. And this would be the courtyard area where we talked about emergency access, but opening up this large area so natural light can get into the lower level of the deck, just so it doesn't feel stuffy and doesn't feel like, you know, any claustrophobic or dark. We're trying to get as much natural light there as possible. And again, creating another garden element coming out and a nice transition out of the deck. So looking at the overall parking, and looking at the structure. So existing surface parking in the main lot, and that includes the entire blue area, is 381 spaces. Parking in the northern part of that space above the access drive is 123 spaces. Below that is currently 258 spaces. And then adding back the south of the drive aisle, and that includes the surface parking. So that's coming down this direction and across the front. That's an additional 77 spaces. The upper level of the terrace would be 148 spaces, and the lower level 156, for a total of 381, which is a total of 504 parking spaces, and it's 123 parking space net gain. The condition says 125, and finding 2 parking spaces on the campus, we can certainly accommodate those and find those somewhere on the campus, whether it's over on this side or somewhere else to pick up those last 2 spaces. It's only about 325 square feet that we would need to find on the campus to pick up those additional spaces. So looking at the overall parking changes that were required as part of the original conditions, the Carolina Hotel has added 86 spaces, the greenhouse, 100 parking spaces, and with the projected Barrett Road parking, 96, it looks like 94, 96 additional spaces, and the resort is working through that with the village staff now. So that's an overall net gain of over 400 parking spaces on resort properties, and the HCD, the original HCD required 311 spaces. So the resort is really making an effort to address parking concerns across the entirety of all their properties. Looking at parking dimensions and the general layout of the parking, these are the spaces that are on the deck are standard parking spaces. They're not compact spaces. There are no compact spaces there. So they are all standard 9 by 18 parking spaces per the village council or the village PDO. and striping would be accommodated as such. This is a look at the upper level deck and the striping plan. So you can see ADA accessible spaces on this end of the deck that would come out directly into the courtyard area. And on the lower level, there are ADA parking spaces that come out directly near the brick stairs and the walkway that would go directly to the members club. So I'm trying to split the ADA spaces so they go to both of the facilities and make it an easy route for, and a very easy accessible route. And then looking at vehicular access points, there will be lots of access points. So the main access would be coming in off of Cherokee, coming into the main resort at Carolina Vista, and then coming down and accessing directly here into the lower level of the deck, into the upper level of the deck. When the USGA is constructed, there will also be access coming in off of Cherokee, coming in through the existing connection and future connection from the USGA to the main parking lot as well. And there's also access from through the parking lot by the pool and back out to Azalea Road. So there's lots of access and lots of opportunity to get into the parking structure and the flow. And that's our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding the structure.
Okay, so we're in the public hearing number 1. I think we could take some questions from the council to the applicant, and then we'll open up for comments from the attendees. So are there any specific questions of council to the resort? Mr. Kuntz, at this point, we'll have a chance to come back and hash this through, but if you have some specific points right now, go ahead and make them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, resort representatives, applicants. First of all, I was glad to learn some things tonight. The $10 million figure that you announced about the investment in parking is a significant number. I had not heard it before, and you all are excellent corporate citizens, and that 10 million is being invested here in the village. It's not invested elsewhere, so it's a real benefit to us here. Thank you very much. I look forward to the new lodge drawings and all that later on down the road. I had a few questions. I wanted to make sure my math was correct. On your campus, the garage is going to provide 304 spaces. How many spaces are there at the USGA when it's done, and how many spaces are in the pool and tennis area? I'm just trying to understand the number of spaces on that particular campus. I get the rest, I get the hotel and Barrett Road. Do you know that, Bob?
The USGA will be 109 parking spaces. And pool and tennis, the pool area, I'm not certain. Adam? Are you looking it up? Yeah. He's looking it up.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait for that. But that's, it looks like it might be a campus of close to 500 spaces on that area.
It's over 1,000 spaces.
Oh, you say it's over 1,000 on the?
Over 1,000 parking spaces on the campus.
Oh, okay, that's much bigger than I thought, yeah. I must be, oh, I know what I'm missing. I'm missing the lot that's not touched between USGA and your parking garage.
Pat, I don't think the two lots are going to be connected, if that was part of your point.
No, I
if
was
recall.
well,
But
no.
but they're certainly accessible one to the other.
I was just trying to get an idea of the immense number of cars that are
Right.
going to be there.
Okay.
So the pool is 193 parking spaces.
109?
193,
93.
193. Tennis parking lot is 38 spaces.
Oh, 38.
Yeah. Those are the numbers for those areas.
That's about a little over 600 or plus on the campus. Does that sound right?
Yeah, and at the end, well, this doesn't include, yeah. Oh, gosh, sorry, guys.
The problem is the campus is defined as including the golf course maintenance.
Right. Right, that's true, yeah. That number is probably pretty close to accurate.
Okay. That's just a lot of cars
A lot of cars.
coming and going. I have no problem with that, but I just wanted to get one, it's good news, but obviously it's a management challenge when you're at full capacity and the museum is opened and more things happen, you're going to get more traffic. Okay. Second question is, during the construction of the parking structure, where will all those people who are parking there now park?
Part of the Barrett Road expansion, the additional 94, 96 spaces at Barrett Road are planned to handle some of the overflow. For instance, employees, that's probably where we would park and then shuttle over.
All
So
right.
those of us who park currently on the clubhouse campus would
Barrett
park
Road.
elsewhere. And we would also, Pat, try to be pretty strategic about how we schedule events. That may be during that time period, we may try to focus more events over at the hotel, some large events that typically might be scheduled at the clubhouse. So, yeah, it will be a
Okay.
time period
You've
of some
thought of-
challenge, but we'll work.
Thank you.
We've also opened temporary parking.
Right, I've seen that.
Northeast corner of the facility.
Know that. When shuttle buses come from the Carolina, bringing golfers to the club, will they continue to drop the golfers off at the same place they now drop them off and not near the garage?
Yeah, correct. I don't see any
No
difference
change in that?
no.
Okay. Last question is, coming out of USGA exit entrance, it's separate exit entrance there on Cherokee, will there be a left turn allowed there or not? It's right turn only?
Right turn only.
Thank you. I think the citizens, the residents of Pinehurst are going to be very impressed with that subterranean approach that you've taken, since many of them have talked about that themselves in the past. And again, congratulations on the investment you're making. To look forward to our next steps on this. Thank you.
Other questions from council members at this time? We'll have a chance to come back to it too. Jane, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation, and the parking structure looks great. So why is the hotel zone being sought to be extended all the way north to where the USGA parcel starts? Because that's quite a bit farther beyond the parking structure itself.
It's to allow flexibility for the future. If a parking structure were to be expanded or parking needed to be expanded there, it would allow for some flexibility in the future and being able to make expansions there. Any plan that would come in would have to go through a general concept plan for that area, but the zoning would already be in place.
Okay, is the existing pavement of the parking lot in that area going to be expanded?
Not at this point. We will have to find 2 parking spaces somewhere, so it may be expanded there, but that would be why it's being expanded.
Okay. So in your condition 12, when you're seeking an additional 3% impervious coverage, it's 3% of the 6.9 acres?
The expansion of the impervious surface?
Yeah,
It is. It would be just that area and expansion of that area. There is
well, 3% of what? 3% of 67 acres?
no, 3% of that parcel, the 6.87 acres,
6.87 acres, okay.
Correct.
So that's about 8,700 square feet.
about that.
And where would that go? Do you
Well,
have an idea where that?
It would essentially be within the boundary area that's been shown on the plan. It's just allowing some flexibility if there's some hardscape areas that we want to, with a new plan for the lodge area, if we wanted to expand hardscape, if we wanted to expand some things like that. It just gives us a little bit of flexibility because the way the PDO is written specifically for conditional districts, there's no flexibility for increases in impervious surface or for open space. So we would like to maintain a little bit of flexibility there.
Go back to the picture of the,
Okay.
can we, by the way, I guess, I'm Dick Higginbotham, by the way, I didn't officially introduce myself. We're going to go back to an image.
Which one are you on?
That one.
This one? Yeah.
We have to remember that this is not approved yet, so we're still going through the process. I don't know, staff is still going through the process. As we look at this patio here, that is something that was added through TRC based on the requirements of the fire marshals. We don't know whether there'll be other things like that that are added in the final plan. So we need to be sure we have enough impervious to cover those types of changes that may come out of this plan.
Okay, thank you. Will there be an elevator or other ADA-type accommodation? It isn't even ADA, for the older club members and so forth, who, it looks like it's going to be stairs, whether you're trying to get from the upper level or from the lower level to the clubhouse.
We can actually probably see it in this slide. Actually, no, because the entire upper level of the deck and where our ADA spaces are located on this end of the deck. So anyone that needed to come out and need an accessible route could come out this end, and they would be at grade and directly at grade. And if you're coming out of the lower level, this area comes out directly at grade and is an accessible route as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I go ahead and say there is no elevator in the plan? Just
Thank you,
so know
Dick.
that.
Yeah, fine. Understand why, too. Thank you.
One sentence, the last sentence of condition 12, I don't understand, that it would be, gotta find where I scribbled it down. Modifications to overall open space may not be reduced by more than 15%. Modifications may not be reduced? I just don't understand what that means.
The overall open space couldn't be reduced by more than 15%. The open space permitted in that 6.87 acres can't be reduced by more than 15%.
Okay, but this says modifications to overall open space.
Modifications to the overall open space of the area that are
Maybe
in
it should
the.
say modifications can result in no more than 15%.
There you go, okay.
Something, yeah, that would be fine.
The 64,000 square feet of building size that was mentioned in the presentation, does that include the player flex space?
No.
That's subtracted out? Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Other questions from council? All right, I'd like to have the gentleman just stay right there. And we'll take questions from the public. I have only one name listed here. If there are others of you who wish to speak at this point in public hearing number 1, we can also add your name. The first speaker I have is Kevin Drum. And Kevin, you can use the microphone right in front of you there.
Yeah, I just really appreciate the resort taking advantage of this delay and doing something. It's obvious they're listening to the public. The public has asked for this, and probably the timeline was too tight and all that, and I just really appreciate them listening to the public. And this is exactly what the public wanted, and, we didn't have the control to tell them what to do, but it just shows they're listening, and I just want everyone understand that we have a great partner in the resort, and I just think that if this plan was introduced in the beginning, Dick wouldn't have met with us 4 times. It probably only would have been 2 times. So I think this would have had an impact on the speed of the initial approval if it was there. So I just think it totally jives with the public comment from the past, and I just thought it was important to bring that point up. Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to make a comment during the public hearing portion of this discussion? Any other members of the public? Seeing none, what I'd like to do now is, I think we can keep the public hearing open, Jeff, or we can close it and come back for further discussion, but I don't believe it it matters, whether we keep it open and have our further discussion until we come to the decision on it.
If you want to have discussion during the public hearing
As
while
we're
it's
doing
open,
now.
that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you close the public hearing
Yeah.
before you take action.
Right. I think we'll do it that way. So, Alex or Darren, I'd like to have you available, of course, so if Alex is there, be prepared for any other questions. I think that there's a general understanding, much better understanding now of some of the statistical nature of the terraced parking and how many spaces are going to be created, the way it's going to look. I think the fact that this whole facility idea has come up is very attractive in many different ways, both with respect to how it looks as far as we can tell, and what it will do to maintain the look of the campus without creating additional surface parking in other places that could have been an option. So I think the council is very pleased with that, and they can comment as they wish. But that's my understanding. I think that one of the things I'd like to get a little bit better understanding is this, and I suppose it applies to some of the other parking projects you have going on right now, but specific to the terrace, what's the sort of timeline we're looking at for starting this and concluding this, best case anyway, with cooperation from the village, of course, and working with you and pointing out any changes we may need to have?
We would like to begin construction beginning in sometime in December. We understand that the concrete portion of the project would take between 5 and 6 months to get poured. That allows us to pour and get started during our slow seasons, which I think is advantageous to all of us, and to try and get this deck done before we hit higher season. The second reason why timing is critical, we have to have the deck done in order for the concrete trucks to pull through the USGA construction site. Once the USGA is completed, we would have to bring all the cement in through Carolina Vista. There'll be no other option, and I don't think that's the best answer for anyone. So we are somewhat bound by the timeline of the USGA construction. It'll just make access to the site that much easier.
Okay. And I guess the follow-on from that is that, and I know this came up during the planning and zoning hearing, when this is completed and before you might do anything else with the rest of the site, where the lodge building would have been, there are some access issues to how construction might be done on these other areas. What is your thinking now about how that can be mitigated, or what will be the issues that we will have to work with you on into the future?
Well, first off, I'm an accountant. I'm not a builder, so let's specify that. However, if we go with smaller buildings on the campus for these uses, the use of steel and other things like that will be reduced. The vast majority of the buildings could be built with stick building, which is quite easily brought in through the railroad, much easier than concrete could possibly be brought in for the deck.
And the other thing I'll just mention is this, in your discussion tonight, when you were talking about the other parking facilities that you've either expanded or have ongoing right now, I think, Bob, you commented on it, that's given us a little information the public hasn't had before, which I'm very happy we do. The other things you're doing, but also the things that yet remain to happen, and I know you're trying to work ahead, really, I would say, by the middle of next year, most of these new parking activities will be concluded. Is that the rough time frame, including Barrett Road and this facility here? The greenhouse is near done now. That's sort of looking at a year's time frame when most of these expansions will be done. Is that right?
That is correct. The Barrett Road goes in front of HBC next week.
Yeah.
So it's moving right along. And then, again, we're just waiting on to finish the access road so that we're not bringing the traffic through the main part of the track. So we're waiting for the access road to be completed for the greenhouse site.
Okay. I'm going to have a couple of questions for staff, but at this point, are there other questions from council members to representatives of the applicant here?
I had one thing that I just
Jane?
wanted, on that last question I had about the open space, modifications shall not result in more than 15% reduction of open space. Is that 15% reduction of the open space on the 6.87 acres? Or 15% of the whole, an amount equal to 15% of the whole 6.87 acres? Because that would be a whole acre worth.
It's just the 6.87 acres. Yeah. So could you say that again?
And, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so modifications to the new 6.87 acre site shall not result in reductions in open space more than 15%. 15% of what? Is it 15% of 6.87 acres? That's an acre. An acre shrinkage of open space. Or is it 15% of the existing open space?
It's 15%, and I don't have the number. It's 15% of the number that is specified in the application. I don't have that in front of me.
So maybe I can shed a little bit more
Alex,
light on
please.
the open space.
Yes.
The way I would read that, Jane, would be that it would be of the required open space, not of the totality of the
Okay.
subject area. However, with the request that was approved last June, and with this request here, there is no quote-unquote required open space with this project. Think of, again, and this terminology is lifted straight out of the PDO, where that intent's really if you have, for instance, a subdivision, a residential subdivision that has required open space, they had to get it rezoned to go through to allow for the subdivision to be approved, and they had the open space and the perimeter, however else, and then you want to reduce that. I think the condition for what the applicant is trying to seek, and maybe to simplify it, could just stop at 15% allowance for increase in impervious surface to be handled with condition number 5, the stormwater management. Because again, there was no required open space with this project.
So we don't need the sentence about the open space at all?
Probably don't. I don't think, I think that's something we could easily administer, and it's just that that sentence, pretty much as it's copied in with the condition, is lumped together in the PDO under substantial changes.
If I might ask for clarification, if you don't mind me interjecting, Jane. Alex, when you say 15% increase in impervious surface compared to what?
So aside from the open space, way I would interpret the 15% would be of the 6.87 acres, the total HCD boundary.
Compared to what? What was approved in the previous
Yes.
conditional district, or compared to what's on the ground now?
It would be, the way I would interpret that is the approved general concept plan from last June with that lodge footprint, and then with any, basically they're giving themselves a 15% with this and with those uses. So it would be what was previously approved. Because this is supposed to not really, there's going to be the potential for some additional changes, but this is largely over impervious surface already.
That's exactly the point I'm trying to get some clarification on. That structure is way more than 15%, and that structure was not in the original general concept plan.
Well,
You're talking about the parking structure, Jeff? The parking structure was over impervious area already, so I think that's the way it,
But it wasn't approved in the general concept plan of the original conditional district.
that is correct, but it was still over area that is previously impervious.
Yeah.
So it's going over, with
Yeah,
the exception.
I'm just suggesting that we may need to tighten up that language a little bit to get the real intent there.
based on
Yeah.
what it's actually specifying, over 15%. I believe we specified impervious surface on the original general concept plan and then the general concept plan for this as well. So it would be 15% above what we've already specified within the general concept document. So I don't know if you have that.
We'd have to pull up the,
Yeah, but it's essentially, we provided an impervious calculation for the lodge structure and an impervious calculation for the parking terrace. And it would be 15% above what
And
that
combined
is.
total?
Right. So it's really not a very big area.
Well, the total impervious surface is meant to go from a 12% to a 15%, so an increase of 3%. But again, 3% of what?
It's 3% of what we specified in the general concept plan as impervious surface. And those numbers are, I don't have them in front of me, but probably pull it up. But we specifically designated impervious surface calculation for both of these areas in our documents. And we're asking for 15% flexibility in that number of what's specified for this parking structure and the lodge, so.
Would you be more comfortable if it read something like impervious surface may not be increased by more than 15% over the initial GCP?
Well,
Over the what?
The original,
The general concept plan.
The previous general concept
yes,
plan?
the original.
Both
But this is
combined.
more than 15%.
the problem is that the 2021 plan was only a 2-acre parcel, and now we've got a 6-acre parcel. So we can't use the straight square footage numbers, right, because they don't include this new area.
Our new plan did include, we have an impervious surface takeoff for the proposed parking terrace as well. So when those two numbers are added together.
Bob, microphone, please.
I'm sorry. So we did have an impervious surface calculation for just this piece in our general concept plan document, and we had one for the lodge as well. So we're asking for 15% in addition to what that impervious surface was. And I wish I had the number. But it was.
Well, is there a wording change that, staff?
If I might suggest, I think what you're describing is no more than 15% of the combined total of the impervious surface from the previously approved conditional district and the proposed parking structure.
That's
as-
correct.
As described.
That's correct. That's right. And the high-intensity allocation was granted, and is calculated based on the whole 69-acre tract. So it would be a really minimal amount of impervious surface increase that we'd be asking for, just enough, as Dick mentioned, to address any fire marshal concerns or any other concerns related to that would come up, or any design changes, hardscape areas, or things like that specifically.
3% of the entire 6.87 acres is something like 8,700 square feet.
That's probably about it. It's probably, yeah. it
That's
might
what we're
be.
talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
And how much that's for creating additional impervious surface. Is that the same amount by which the open space would be reduced, about 8,700 square feet?
Yeah, most likely. It would.
Did we just say 8,700 square feet?
I mean, theoretically, we could. I'd rather have the flexibility, but, I mean, 8,700 square feet is probably, I don't have my calculator to.
You're just not familiar.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Well, I think if Jeff's definition applies, we know what we're talking about. We don't have to change that. So do you want to try to repeat what you suggested before, and then the clerk will have that, and we can use that ongoing?
Yeah, I guess I think maybe I can repeat that without error. Impervious surface can be increased by no more than 15% of the combined total of the impervious surface that was approved in the previous conditional district for the lodge and the impervious surface that is described in the general concept plan for this parking structure.
Yeah.
Increased by 15% or by 3%?
But it would be 15% of what's there, what we've already asked for.
Go from 12 to 15.
No, we want to go from what's permitted already, which is probably about 65%, to the possibility of 70%. Something along, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it's based on the impervious surface that's already there.
Yeah.
So it's based on what we've already said is impervious. So it may be 4 acres, it may be 3 acres or 3.5, and it's whatever that increase is in impervious surface.
That sounds like something different than what I just described.
Oh, I don't think so, because I think what you're saying, Jeff, is the impervious surface of the deck plus the impervious surface of the lodge, whatever number that is, if that's 4 acres, whatever that amount of impervious surface is, increasing that number by 15%.
All right. So not what's on the ground now, it's,
What's proposed, that's right, what's proposed of the 2 proposed plans.
I think that can be worked out using Jeff's definition, which
I
we
think
have.
Jeff's language
We have recorded now,
works.
so.
Yeah.
Can do that.
Yeah.
I know Darren and Alex were trying to work on something over there to bring another slide up. Did you have any comments on this particular point? I think we're all set on that now. All right. I think there's no question that we like the design and the number of spaces and all that. But we come back to this question in the staff report about updating the concept plan and how we're going to work through that. I'd like the staff to maybe comment on the way you described this in the staff memo, which is before us. But how can we resolve this issue?
Well, you resolve it in 2 ways. You can resolve it, one, with the approving the condition as is.
Darren, would you use the microphone, please? Thank you. Or put it up a little higher.
You can resolve it in 2 ways. One, adopt the condition as proposed, which would essentially give them a lot of flexibility to retain the previous uses and the previous intensities in that site plan. And then at some point, we'd have to be presented with a set of concept plans down the road, and we'd be evaluating whatever they're proposing to put on that site. I think staff has been concerned that we don't have a good idea of what those proposed uses and what that might look from a massing, from a building standpoint. So I think our concern was we would like to see more of a conceptual set of drawings put in place for that building envelope area. That way, at least when we'd be presented at some point with some plans in the future, we wouldn't be putting ourselves into somewhat an arbitrary position of approving the plan or not. We always have the ability we could elevate it and require an amendment if we thought it was a significant enough change. The other option that you could do is, and this would require approval by or consent of the applicant, this project could move forward without that condition. Right. So it could move forward, they could build the proposed parking structure without that condition. They could still continue to work in that building envelope area and present us with whatever plans that they have yet to develop. Then they're putting us in the position of we have to make a determination as to whether it's a significant enough change to warrant going back through this process.
Darren, is there,
Jeff,
John,
go
if you don't
ahead,
mind,
please.
I'm thinking on my
You bring
feet here,
those,
but-
well, Jeff, could you bring up the options for decision that you put on early in your presentation?
Sure.
Jeff?
Is there kind of a middle option here where the council could approve it with a modified condition? And when I say modified condition, including the stuff we've already talked about, but in this case, modifying it with language that says that subject to approval of an updated general concept plan by the village council.
And I think that would fall under option 4.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lydia. And I'd like Tom and Bob and Dick, you'll consider this as we talk here, so go ahead. Lydia?
All right. We're talking about a concept plan for future uses, correct? And we want a concept plan for future uses, but I'm not sure why we want to ask the resort to hurry up and tell us what they might want to do there. I think, listening to planning and zoning, and they were enthusiastic about this. We're enthusiastic about this. The resort has a track record of doing nice things for this community. I guess I think it's safe to say I trust them. Whatever they want to do in this spot where the lodge is proposed is going to be probably as good as everything else they've done. And I'm just not comfortable with asking them to hurry up and tell us now, or even make them tell us by a certain date what they might do there. I don't think that condition is going to impact this project.
Okay. I don't know that we're asking him to hurry up, but I understand your point. Certainly, the resort has presented quality plans on this issue. I don't know, Tom, you referred, I think, a little bit to this in your opening comments, too. We're talking about some different compromises here. Jeff's offered one just a few minutes ago. Any reason that doesn't work? I see Dick making some notes. Maybe he's going to come up with another option, which is good. But I think I'd like to resolve this. I think leaving this concept plan that open with a lot of things going on is, from our point of view, something we need to be a little more focused on, or see a little more plan about.
Well, I'll go ahead and be clear. We prefer option number 2, just in case you were curious. We understand staff concerns, and Lydia, thank you for what you shared about track record. I go back to the concept of, the spa that was built was I guess, an approved use and didn't go through a plan like this. A lot of the other buildings that are on the campus, the pool, for instance, the pool facility was approved use with the existing zoning, so it didn't go through a process like this. The Paget Learning Center, the tennis facility, the Cradle Crossing, there's a lot of things that we build, and we're very conscious of aesthetics and everything else. So anyhow, thank you for your comments on the track record. I think also about intensity, the uses are kind of defined. 34 rooms, cannot be any more intensive than that. Locker room, square footage, number of seats at a bar, so it's not a shot in the dark in terms of what could be coming. There should be no surprises. It may just be about how it's cut up, and it's no longer potentially one large structure. It's multiple smaller structures that allows us to create a better experience in a courtyard view for that space.
Well, but that's the very point. Don't you have something that could be shown to us that shows those smaller structures, for conversation? I mean, that's I think, what we're looking for to do here.
Show it. Okay.
We tried to show it during planning and zoning, but they kept avoiding it.
So, go ahead, Pat.
Your opening statement tonight, you had a way of describing what that was. Could you repeat that? The open spaces, the courtyards, whatever is that what you said? It sounded very nice. So that's why I wanted to see if you could repeat that to.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I said it was one structure designed to appear as if it had been expanded over several decades. Our current thinking is to reconceive that space as multiple smaller structures that combine to produce several attractive courtyards. So
Multiple
smaller structures. Yeah.
Does that mean it may be fewer rooms or shorter height? What is that? That's what I'm trying to understand. When you said it earlier, I mean, thought to myself, okay, that sounds fine, but I'm trying to understand if it's smaller, multiple, how does it change what we have already said?
Are we allowed to move into a separate section at this point without, okay. Can we show the plans?
Yeah, so
Please.
So we do have a concept plan. It's rough, but it's actually 2 different concepts that are very similar. But again, this is the proposed area, and working within this building envelope of the lodge, moving into a concept that looks something more like this. So coming off of the parking terrace, coming this way, and coming into the garden areas with a lawn that is out on this end, elevated lawn that looks out over the cradle, and is, again, that would be up at the level roughly of the existing croquet lawns.
So there would be an 8-bedroom, or a two-story unit, a two-story unit here, and a two-story unit here with 8 bedrooms each, and then a smaller unit here and here. These would be one-story units with 4 bedrooms, and then a one-story 8-bedroom unit with a nice outdoor terrace and fire pit area looking out over the cradle, and then the locker room, meeting room, boardroom, and rooftop bar would be located in this facility with a large terrace, again, looking out over the cradle.
How many stories would that locker room bar be?
I've got the calculations here in just a second. Then the second concept actually basically flips the locker room because we're not sure which way to go at this point. So flipping the locker room and that 8-bedroom, larger, extra large cottage area here. So looking at those numbers, so looking at the uses, this provides 32 guest rooms, but it's a much smaller footprint. Roughly, we're estimating roughly 52,000 square feet, so it's about a 20% reduction in size. With the locker room, a bar and rooftop bar with 60 seats, just like the original approval, and then a boardroom with 30 seats, like the original approval. Setbacks would remain the same. Building height, while it was approved for 50 feet, the zoning district is 50 feet. We wouldn't really need to go beyond that in this plan.
I like that.
The elevations? Okay. Okay,
So that's the concept plan.
that's the concept plan. Still being developed. But yes.
Well, but if, and it's very exciting, and both of them are very interesting, and I'm pleased to see them. Thank you for sharing them. But tonight, we're here, and the public has been given notice that we're talking about adding the parking garage. And all of this is exciting news and a wonderful thing to look forward to, but it's not something that anybody's had an opportunity to wrap their minds around. So I don't see how we can give an approval tonight that incorporates making such a substantial change to what was improved to the building area in 2021. You haven't decided yourselves which way you want to go on this, and I'm sure we're going to need to look at it again. My thought is that the parking garage is fantastic, and I think it sounds like everybody's pleased with the parking garage. And that's what was, put out in the notice to neighbors and everything else. That's why we're here. But some of these other changes are going to need to come back when they're ready. That's my feeling. And the same thing with this 15% open space. I know I probably sound kind of nuts saying it's 15%, is it 15 minus 12, it's 3%? 3% of what? 15% of what? Is it 15% of 2 acres or 15? And the reason I'm trying to get a handle on it now that I look at this is the area where the parking garage itself would go, and that's the star of the show tonight, is on this new 4-acre parcel, which is already pretty much 100% impervious surface and pretty much 0% open space. So if we're talking about increasing the open space by 15% of something, or increasing the impervious surface and reducing the open space by 15% of something, what we're talking about probably, as a practical matter, is the green space that's in the building envelope area. So I would prefer, unless there is some kind of additional impervious coverage you need on the new 4-acre parcel that is for the parking area that you know about tonight, because I want to make sure that, we give you everything you need for the parking area, then let's wait on some of this other changes to open space and changes to impervious surface until until we have a real concept plan, you know what you want, settled on it, and we come back and we look at it, and there we go. We can, otherwise, we're guessing and we're not doing our job, the job that's given to us to do. We're not doing it.
I think Jeff Sanborn had a
This
follow-up on that.
this is really, I know that Jane and John and Lydia have been through a general concept plan approval associated with a conditional district rezoning. Patrick and Jeff haven't had that opportunity. I don't know if you've observed it in the past. But the general expectation is that the rezoning is accompanied with a general concept plan that looks like this.
Right.
It describes what the outcome is, and that's what's missing from the general concept plan that shows the parking structure and this just.
So this hasn't been formally submitted when you say it's missing. What we're looking at right on the screen now.
It's not submitted, yeah.
Not submitted. Is there any, is there a way to make a conditional acceptance of something like this pre-conceptual plan?
I think that's what Jeff suggested a bit ago. You want to repeat that?
Yeah, what I suggested was that you might add language to condition 12 that says that they can do these things subject to approval of the updated general concept plan by village council.
And what type of position does that put the applicant in? That's what I want to know.
Can we point out that you're asking us to build $10 million and come back to a village council that may not be the same council we're looking at, and may have completely different ideas, and in which case we have risked the owner's resources. As you say, you have a job to do, I have a job to do as well, and that's to protect the owner's resources. I think we're very uncomfortable with the idea of building a deck and coming back to council and finding out that you're not comfortable with the uses and denying construction of what we believe would be the best product for our guests and for the community. So you're kind of asking us to put ourselves in the position that you're not feeling comfortable doing on your end, and I understand that, but we do have to have a certain level of trust as a group.
Sure.
We need an application to act on. And we have an application for the parking structure, but we don't have an application.
Well, but-
We don't have a complete application.
How close are you to an application on this?
I think the idea on this is that they could potentially incorporate these general concept plans into this approval. So it would be part of the approved mix tonight. So if we approved it, added a condition that incorporated these two general concept plans, that would meet, I believe that would meet the resort's needs. It would also meet staff's needs, because then we would have something to regulate off of going forward.
Darren, you're suggesting to incorporate this into the general concept plan? Are you comfortable with that?
Oh, wait a minute, change this.
The applicants.
Yeah. To me, I understand your
trying
point.
to
It's a general concept plan, so I think,
Something to work with.
Well, first off, I want to stress, going back to Jane's original question, Condition 12 was meant to buy some flexibility. So we would, I guess, basically disagree with your first contention that we have not properly submitted this. We're not trying to submit this yet. We're trying to make sure that so we can move forward with the terrace in a time frame that works best for everybody, but still protects ownership's interest in the uses, not necessarily in the lodge, not necessarily in this, but in the uses that everyone has agreed to. That's what 12 was designed to do. And so are we comfortable incorporating this? Maybe, but what happens if all of a sudden we decide to eliminate one of those buildings? Are we coming back to the village council? We don't mind going back to staff, but are we coming back to the village council because we've eliminated a building? It just seems to be a little, yeah.
Wait
Well,
a minute.
On that point, excuse me, if they eliminate a building, if this was the plan, what would be the requirement? It's probably not a staff approval, it would have to come back to the council.
It's potentially a staff approval because it would fall
Yes.
under the significant approvals that are, there's a set of approval types
Right.
that we can approve.
Right.
If it becomes less intensive, we can approve things like that. So moving one building off there, for instance, a cottage, yeah, we would probably say that's not a significant change to this. They take the locker room out, maybe that could be considered to be a change. We're not in that position yet. One of the concerns that we had as a staff when we first saw this thing is, when we talked about some of the concepts, we have an approved lodge there right now. We've got that lodge that's approved. So if they didn't do anything, if we kept that in place and they came back with a proposal like this, it would put staff in a position of having to decide whether what you're seeing on the screen right now or some other permutation is not consistent with that previous concept plan. So I think when we've talked through them about some of these things, that we wanted to get to a point where where they could be comfortable, you could be comfortable, and staff could be comfortable making a decision on a concept plan.
And in fact, this updates us and you to the point that it would be easier to create some changes, I think, over time, than if you still have a plan that shows the lodge being there. And any other thing would be, any other change would be quite significant. So I kind of like the idea of following Jeff Sanborn's idea of a condition. Let's approve this, which I'm very happy to do, but conditioned on receipt of a general concept plan showing this sort of information.
I think that a lot of this, we're trying to exercise an abundance of caution here on this, and we all recognize and appreciate the partnership that we have with the resort and the good things that they do for our community. And as has been pointed out, they've demonstrated through action repeatedly that they do high quality work across the village. But I guess I would use a couple of examples to illustrate a point. If you came back with this change to the general concept plan in comparison to what's already approved for the lodge, I don't know who would oppose it. Conversely, if you look at the language that's approved, they could come back with a lodge that's 15% bigger, and it would be okay.
So, and that's sort of our quandary, In fact, I think Jeff's point about if you came back with a building taken away from this plan, I could support that pretty easily with more open space, whatever, getting to Jane's point about open space and that building. Anyway, could we agree on that? This sort of conditional approval with this concept coming into the plan?
Well, first off, we would disagree with your last comment. We couldn't build it 15% larger because one of the things says we wouldn't go, if we go above 65,000 square feet, we'd have to come back to the village anyway. That's in condition 12, I believe. So I would disagree that I couldn't make it larger.
Not with your condition, the way it's written.
On condition
Preserve
12.
the uses and everything else, the plan's out.
We can't increase the uses, we can only increase the impervious surface
Yeah.
and the open space. So it wouldn't be a bigger lodge, it would be a little more impervious surface. But if we went above 64,000.
Rooms could be
It could be
bigger,
longer,
yeah.
I suppose, yes.
Yeah.
or common area.
Dick?
We would entertain another condition, we'll call it 13, that introduce these two lodge on one side, or if staff is comfortable with moving the locker room being staff approval, one of these site plans.
There goes the lodge.
Wow.
I guess the tables have turned somehow.
He's excited, yeah. We would be willing to accept the condition that introduced these as condition 13. We'll leave it at that.
So condition 13 would be what then, Dick?
I'm going to let the experts
I'm sorry,
word it.
You're saying we're submitting this as part of our,
Sure, we would be willing to submit that general plan as condition 13.
Or is there an
All right.
option if the main contention is, this image or the other image, where you could submit one or the other? It could be one of those,
Yeah.
Fine,
or the other of those two outcomes. Is that?
be
Okay.
acceptable.
If they have both of them, that's fine.
Yeah.
If they have one of them, it's fine too, because shifting the buildings around a little bit is not going to be probably considered to be a consider.
Darren.
I can't hear you.
Your microphone, Darren, you're going to have to, I think we heard what you said there, but let's be careful on that.
Because, well, moving a building around on this site in this particular footprint is not really going to create a significant change from a staff perspective.
All right, so I think we have an agreement here. We'll have condition 12, we'll add a condition 13, which will be, to Jeff's point of a conditional, well, how would we do that now, if we're going to have it a condition 13? That would be,
I think condition 13 would add
The other
these
one.
two renderings as
General,
option 1 and option 2 for the general concept plan of what used to be the lodge area.
And if they want to change this,
Okay, hang on.
then what do they need to do?
say again.
Depends on how
Lydia,
significant the change is.
I'm sorry, if they want to change this, I mean, this is now going into the record as a condition. If they want to change this, then what has to happen?
If they make if they submit a new plan and staff reviews it and staff makes the assessment that it's not a significant change in terms of overall impact and intent of the approved plan, then it would be a staff approval process. If it is a significant change, then they would come back for another conditional district rezoning update.
I like that. I think that works. I think it's a suggestion that you've made. I want Jeff Morgan to make any comment. Were you about to say something on this?
I certainly support the 13th Amendment that you have on there and then moving forward with this. Okay, so I think we're hashing a lot of stuff out, and I will echo Lydia's comments on there. We've got a partnership that's worked very well in the past, and I'm very
Agreed.
comfortable moving forward with that tonight.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. Jane, I think your trouble
I got
is.
some serious questions about this. And
Well,
they-
let's
they
hear them
have
now,
to-
but let's go on, yeah.
They have to, yeah, well, but they have to do with the procedure. And so when this application was advertised in the newspaper, was it just an advertisement for the parking, or was it an advertisement for this change as well?
It was just an advertisement for a conditional district rezoning.
And when there was the required neighborhood meeting, was this brought forward?
I believe the condition was part of that. Was the condition up?
No, but this is the public hearing. This is where the decisions are made.
And what about the planning and zoning board? Did they see these?
No. I don't think they were aware of those at the time.
And if the
Or
applicant.
were they? No.
No.
Okay.
If the applicant had come in to staff with these plans and said, instead of doing the original lodge that was, and the original concept plan that was approved last year, instead we want to do one of these plans, would staff have said that's a significant enough change that it has to come back for, and have they gone through all the steps? Wouldn't there have had to have been a presentation to somebody about the size of these buildings? I mean, we're hearing rattled off at this point, the numbers of rooms, I don't know about square footages. You know, we're not having the kind of review that it seems to me that a concept plan encompasses.
Can I ask you?
So that's the thing. Now, is this number 13 idea that they come back again with one of these plans, or that either one of these plans can go forward without coming back to council?
Unless there's a significant change.
Without coming back to council?
Without a significant change.
What?
Without a significant change.
But to these?
To these.
Correct.
But we haven't,
Well, I guess, you're focusing on the process, is what your questions are focusing on the process. What we have presented to us tonight are two plans, we'll say A and B. Both have taken the proposal from 55 to 50 and from 34 to 32 rooms. So if we were concerned about the size of it in the past, I wasn't on the council before this, but if the size was a concern, these two options here are reducing the footprint, so to speak, or the size. Footprint is probably not the right word. The size of what they were proposing. I mean, well, it's not up there now, but in other words, I think they're coming towards those people who were skeptical of the previous proposal of the lodge with this cottage concept. Maybe I'm just very excited about the concept because it looks much different than the lodge, which is, I think this is a significant improvement. I think it's more in actually a sort of Pinehurst tradition. It builds off what other major golf entities have done within the world of cottages with 8 rooms and 4 rooms and so forth, Greenbrier and others. It's very sort of strikes me as a similar concept there. So I'm not hung up on the process part. You are correct about the lack of the Planning and Zoning Board having seen this. But
I
think they're coming our way, and I like that.
I'm getting to Jane's point, but a different way. We approved a lodge, big lodge. Now we're approving the parking. And my point has been, let's give them the time they need to change the lodge and go through the steps that you're saying and come up with something that then we can look at, planning and zoning can look at, and it can go through the proper steps. I like this. But again, we approved a lodge, now we approve parking, and if they want to change what the lodge is, then we look at it then and not do something with this that might change. I just don't understand the need to incorporate this if we're just looking at parking right now.
Well, the staff report, though, did raise the question of was it in the best interest of village government to approve this application without having a general concept plan for the rest of the site.
And they gave us
And
5
so-
options, and I like option number 2.
Okay.
Option number 2.
Approved with condition.
Approve the parking.
I think option 2 is approve it as written, right?
Correct.
Yes.
So just to be clear, if it's approved as written, they never have to come back with the general concept plan for approval, which is what you just described.
Because we approved the lodge, and then what they come back with will be within the parameters of what we approved. Is that what you're saying?
Because condition number 12, as drafted, allows them the flexibility to do anything on this site that still maintains the same uses and doesn't increase density. And
I don't have a problem with that.
I think what you're getting at, Lydia, might be, was it option number, can we see the options again for a second? Option number 3?
Because of their track record, I think when we went through the lodge, I put together a list of about 20 projects that the resort is engaged in since Holly Inn was the first one, and the list is phenomenal. And so I trust them to take the lodge and make it better, which is why.
So option 3, I think, is what you're talking about.
No, Lydia's talking about option number 2, which is what
Said 2, but I think she means 3.
No, I mean 2.
what she means
Meant
to.
2? Okay. I like 3.
3 is the one that the staff had recommended to us among the 5 that they selected.
Can we even, because I remember reading in our introductory materials that we're not allowed to approve an application with a condition that expands the project beyond what was requested,
Well, they're not expanding the project
right?
with the condition, they're not expanding the project from what was previously approved. And what's being presented tonight is certainly not, is showing what Patrick picked up is that it's contracting a little bit from the previous size of the project. So this is the decision-making process that we haven't been put in yet on this, because we haven't been presented with this concept plan to say, yeah, we can work with it, it's a significant change, or no, it elevates. I think as they move through this process, some of these concepts got raised for what they might want to do with the GCP, so they decided that they wanted that condition just in case, they made a change that.
More specifically, with condition number 13, you council would not be approving a condition that expands the project beyond what is requested, because what is requested is they continue to have the flexibility to do everything within the parameters of what's already approved on that site in any configuration they want. So if anything, you're constricting their freedom of action. You're not expanding anything from what's requested.
Okay. One of the themes through this whole process last year and now has been adequacy of parking. So it's true they're going from 34 rooms to 32
Two
rooms.
from 55 feet to 50.
And the number of seats in the boardroom stays the same. But what are the numbers of the other aspects of these plans?
Well, it looks like they're
As
gonna
far
have-
as the rooftop bar, how many seats there compared to last year?
Same thing.
No greater density than previously approved.
Yeah. But there's more open space in this plan. It
Right.
looked like visually
So
to me.
why are we looking to reduce the open space?
not.
If that central courtyard, for instance, became where we have the fire pits, if instead of being turf, that wanted to become pavers and a hardscape space for events or something along that line, that's why to have that
Events.
flexibility. Any kind of events for the people that are there, that are in that location already. If you wanted to have a dining situation out there for the folks that are the 32 rooms that are staying there, and that area where the fire pits are, again, wants to be a hardscape space rather than a turf lawn, that allows, that 15% allows the flexibility to do those kinds of things. And if some of those fire pit areas wanted to expand, all those kind of things. But until we actually get into what that program is and the detail of that, having a little bit of flexibility in open space in open space and impervious surface is why we're asking for that. And as Dick mentioned, the fire marshal may come back and require us to do some kind of a lane through the middle or something like that. We're not sure. We don't think so. We think based on the lodge approval that we're comfortable here, but we don't know. There are unknowns there. So,
Well, I said, if we were to go ahead and improve the parking, which is before us tonight, how quickly can you guys come back with this and put it in queue so we can get to it? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. I think you have a good concept here.
But do we have to
I'm
get to
trying to
it
understand
if-
why not just want to put the cart before the horse?
This is what I'm trying to understand. Do we have to get to this if what we approved would encompass something like this?
Have the lodge approval.
I mean, and that's my question. We approved the lodge. If they decide to change the lodge to something like this, does that require a different set of approvals?
Well, that's
Right
what
now,
Derek-
yes.
Yes.
Right
Yes.
now?
Yes, it would.
Yes.
Planning and zoning and then council? Or
You're
just
saying compared to what's already approved.
Yes.
In other words, if they wanted to do this under the current conditional district framework,
Yes.
that would have to come back for a rezoning
Okay.
to do this.
without condition 12.
Right.
Without condition 12, if condition 12 were approved,
Right, because you'd be describing exactly what you want to do.
it would
yeah,
allow this.
yeah.
Right.
So if we take condition 12 out and only approve the parking lot, and then you guys come back in a few weeks, few months, whatever, with this plan, then we would review whatever plan you submit at that time?
one of the concerns is, starting the parking in December, we'd like to take our time and get this exactly right.
Right.
And I don't think a month or two is going to allow us the time to get this exactly right. We might want to see how the US Open goes in 2024 to determine some of the uses of the locker room, and if we want to change them, or if it needs to change from some of our vision. So I think you said, we're trying to get as much time, but we can't invest the millions of dollars in the parking facility and then come back to you in a year or two, and suddenly
A different council.
we've got to add more parking at the brewery because of this. I mean, we don't know where things could take this. The addition of parking at the Carolina Hotel, for instance, seemed to be, somehow that was tied to the lodge, but it was not really connected. So we want to make sure that if we're going to do the parking, that we're going to be able to have the use of these 34 or less rooms, X thousand of, square feet of locker room space, bar seating, et cetera. So, and we don't want to rush it, Lydia, in the next 2 or 3 months to try to.
So you're looking at a time frame out through the 2024 Open
Potentially.
that would drive your, I'll call it the real or the ending
The ultimate use
restructuring of this site plan.
Potentially, it's a scenario.
And so even though you have these plans now, you're not willing to share those or create and commit to that because it may change even in the next 12, 15 months.
Small change, I mean, just, it may be tweaked, not major
Yeah,
change.
yeah,
think
I understand.
Yeah, but
But let's just, if you were going ahead with the lodge, you would be doing the parking also, wouldn't you? Okay. So if you're going to go ahead with this, you'd be doing the parking also.
And we're here
I mean,
talking
from
about
what I understand is, because you're going to do some construction of some type there in that envelope, you want that garage that you're proposing that's before us tonight. Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed your point, but what?
My point is that we should approve the garage. Okay? Because they're going to need the
Option
garage.
two.
Unless they just leave one big croquet field there, they're going to need a garage, okay? And we should give some sort of conditional okay to these Pinehurst cottages.
which is what condition, in our opinion, is condition 12, which allows us the same uses, but the flexibility to rearrange them, if you will.
I don't know, that's,
I think our concern is maybe too much flexibility there has been expressed, but
Well, I think-
we'd just be held out on that. Darren?
And one of the concepts that we were talking about is you could approve an amended condition that would allow a reduction or the reduction in, or the ability to create smaller buildings on the site, smaller footprints on the site. What were we thinking? So right now you've got approval for one big building. They're proposing to split that up. So we could add to the condition that could be broken up into several buildings. I'm trying to think through.
You're talking about condition 12, changing that language.
To add that, to make it clear,
Okay.
what we're trying to get at is, again, we got the approved hotel. If something comes in differently, we have to make a judgment call. So we're trying to remove that judgment call and trying to pick that up right now tonight.
Well, condition 12 is requested by the applicant. What Darren had just said, how could we work with that wording to make that a little more comfortable from our point of view? Because we both have to agree on this. The public may not understand that both sides have to agree this transaction. We can't demand and they can't demand. We're trying to settle this point.
Maybe I can make another suggestion, and I'm just
Please.
throwing this out as an option. But along those lines, an option to consider would be to add language to condition number 12 that allows for more than one building as long as the total number of building square footage is not increased from the original general concept plan.
Well, what about the HPC?
They'll still have to review.
It'll have to go to them.
Let's get a reaction to that. So, Jeff, you're saying we'll keep condition 12, with the condition that any new approach on this plan would not exceed the square footage currently allowed.
Yeah, whatever that
It's-
number is, yeah.
Kind of comes, is that,
They've already said density and everything else, right? I mean, they have said whatever they do will not exceed the density that's already been approved.
But that's not the same thing as the
No.
square footage.
And that's
Yeah.
my point.
Yeah.
They're not going to exceed the density and the other, whatever, and we're just adding to that and square footage.
Yeah.
We're capping the proposal that we've already approved.
Sorry?
We're capping the proposal that was approved by the previous council.
Yeah.
I think that might work. Do I see Bob coming up with a little, do you want to put condition 12 back up on the screen here? Darren or Alex? Could you put condition 12 back up on the screen, please? Green.
So we were looking at, if we said, would it be appropriate, design standards will be maintained for the structures within the building envelope, indicated with no increase in square footage above 64,000 square feet, which was the previously approved.
It was 64, wasn't it?
64,000.
Yeah, I thought it said 54.
64,000 square feet. And that would be right after design standards will be maintained for the structures within the building envelope indicated with no increase in square footage above 64,000 square feet. And,
Take out the modification.
Council hear that?
yeah,
And then also modifications.
and take it all out. You could take
Yeah,
out the
you keep
modifications.
the line, everything else
May not
stays, you just
result
add
in
it.
an overall open space reduction of more than 15%.
Yeah, everything stays except the additional sentence that Bob has structured there. Dick, did you have a comment?
No, I think we agreed that we would take out the modifications to the overall open space may not be reduced by more than 15%. I think we were going to take out that sentence.
We're going to take that out, that sentence. I think we're all right with that.
Leaving the impervious surface may not be increased by more than
15% of what?
Oh, that's right, 15%.
We have it.
Of the total,
Combined impervious
Combined.
surface.
there you go.
I can't read my own writing. Approved an initial site plan plus the site plan for the parking structure. I didn't catch all that, but it was
Yeah.
defined that way.
Okay? Okay. Darren, Alex, any questions on that, what we're working on?
No, we were working
Working?
on, we were working on modifying the first sentence
Okay.
that we think would hit most of this multiple building configuration.
Well,
So
you rewriting something, or are you just using Bob's?
We were rewriting something.
They're working on another option, I think.
Well, let's not have too many. You have something you want to submit, and let's move this along.
Well, listen, the previously approved uses and conditions will be maintained within the general building envelope and allowed within lesser building configurations.
Not to exceed the 64,000 square feet.
That was 50,
64,000.
5 was the height.
right, but the square footage was lower too. Are you changing those, bringing those down now?
No, they're still capped at the original approval of what it was, 64 plus or 64,000 square feet. So that's the overall cap. They can put it in lesser,
Yeah.
as they showed before, they have a lesser configuration as shown right now. What we're doing with the condition is allowing them to maintain square footage, but allowing them to move the uses across the site in multiple building configurations.
Can you read it again?
I can't remember. All right, Alex, you remember that one. All right.
Previously approved uses and conditions will be maintained within the general building envelope, allowing for lesser
Allowing for
A
multiple.
lesser building configuration not to exceed 64,000 square feet.
Lesser or multiple building configuration?
Multiple buildings.
Multiple building configurations not to
Not to exceed.
exceed a total of
Aggregate, yeah.
64,000 square feet.
And they're still being, the previous uses are still being maintained at their intensities.
Yeah.
That's in there already.
Then the need for that second sentence in that condition shouldn't be there, shouldn't be needed.
Speak up, Alex.
The second sentence, design standards we maintain for the structures within the building envelope indicated, that wouldn't maybe be necessary if that revision were
What design
agreed upon.
standards?
Dropping the reference to the open space reduction?
Why don't we just leave that? I don't want to wordsmith this beyond where we are.
I thought we were taking it out. Take out that
We're
sentence.
comfortable with
You're-
taking out that sentence. Modifications to the overall open space may not be reduced by more than 15%. We are comfortable taking out that sentence.
That sentence. But I think Alex
One
was,
sentence, right.
But leaving in.
Alex, were you not talking about the second sentence, design standards will be maintained?
Yes.
Are you amending that in some way?
I was, essentially, if you modify a certain design criteria anyway, like say how stormwater design is managed, then that's a major modification anyway that would have to be reviewed. I don't think it's needed, but if you're certainly adding it doesn't hurt anything.
Okay. We'll have a new version here right now, and then we can move on to doing something with it.
I've got, oh, you guys typing it? Okay.
And go down and remove the modifications to overall space, open space sentence. And then on the next sentence, you need to add, at the end
Of the combined general concept
of,
plans.
of the, of, not there, Darren,
No, after the 15.
after the 15%. Impervious surface may not be increased by more than 15% of
Original.
the total impervious surface approved in the previous conditional district rezoning and that described in the parking structure concept plan. How does that look?
What's that condition number 5? Do we, dangling there? Do we need that?
That was that stormwater management.
Yeah, okay, fine.
25-year storm.
Do we need,
Okay.
in the second line, the words "in lesser" and permitted in multiple, just in multiple building configurations? I don't understand the "in lesser."
I was actually thinking about sort of flipping those around and saying previously approved uses, well, hang on a second. Previously approved uses and conditions we maintained within general building envelope with no increase in square footage above 64,000 square feet and allowed in multiple buildings.
Yeah.
It's simpler.
You want to read that back for,
One more time for Darren.
Sure. Yeah.
go ahead, Bob.
I can bring it to you.
Is the public hearing still open?
The public hearing is still open. We'll close that momentarily when we get this finished and have a vote.
Anybody has any comments?
previously approved uses and conditions will be maintained within the general building envelope not to exceed a total of 64,000 square feet and permitted in multiple buildings. Could be multiple buildings or structures.
Sound good, council? Bob, thank you for that. Aaron? I think the council's ready to move on and make a decision here now. You're okay with this language?
And I think we have to officially accept it, so we would officially accept that language.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, Alex, you clear? I'd like a motion to close the public hearing and move back to the regular meeting.
I move to
Emo-
adjourn the public hearing and re-enter regular meeting.
That's a motion by Jeff Morgan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Pat Pizzella. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we're back in the regular meeting. I would entertain motion number 9.
I move to approve ordinance 22-09 for conditional district zoning map amendment for approximately 4.2 acres of Moore County, PID number 00025800, from Recreation Development District to Hotel Conditional District to include portion within the area amended within ordinance number 21-07.
Can
I
I suggest, Jeff, that you amend that motion?
Yeah.
I was going to say.
We
yeah.
need to
To include the amendment.
specify the change to condition 12. So maybe you can you bring that back up on the screen? And then maybe you can just read that change to condition 12.
With the change of condition 12 of previously approved uses and conditions will be maintained within the general building envelope not to exceed a total of 64,000 square feet and permitted in multiple buildings. Design standards will be maintained for the structures within the building envelope indicated. Any modification of the structures will be required to obtain a certificate of appropriateness from the Village of Pinehurst Historic Preservation Commission. Impervious surface may not be increased by more than 15% of the total impervious surface approved in the previous conditional district rezoning and described in the parking structure general concept plan. Any increase in impervious surface will be managed per condition number 5. That is a motion.
We have a new motion which amends the motion in our earlier documents. Is there a second? To the
Second.
motion? Second by Mr. Pizzella. Any comments from council?
No.
All in favor of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much to the applicant and the public for your input.
Thank you.
We'll take a 2-minute break and be right back to the next item, which is a public hearing number 2. Take 2 minutes and we'll be right back. If you have conversations, please go out to the lobby. This will reconstitute the regular meeting of the Village Council for July 26, 2022. We'll move to agenda item number 9. I'm sorry.
5, really.
It's actually 5, yes.
Want me to read
No,
5?
we're through 5. That was hearing number 1.
I can do a motion
And
to
we're going
recess.
to item number 9, which is the hearing number 2. Is there a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter the public hearing?
Recess the regular meeting and enter public hearing. 2, consider proposed change to the USGA Economic Development Incentive Agreement.
Thank you. That's a motion by Councilmember Bosch. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Pizzella. We'll now be in a public hearing for hearing number 2 of July 26, 2022. Mr. Sanborn.
All right, thanks, John. This will be very brief, I think. We have a request from the USGA to update our economic development incentive agreement that council entered into with them last year pursuant to the Golf House Pinehurst project. And this is specifically intended to accommodate the recently announced desire to move the World Golf Hall of Fame into that same 2-building footprint. As we understand it, there would be no changes to the overall design of the buildings, in particular from the exterior. If there were to be some changes, then we would entertain that at the staff level and guide them to any associated approval process that might be needed. But this is specifically tied to the economic development agreement. Very minor language change. You can see it all right there under the, I think it's the second whereas statement in the agreement. I will say that I think that from a staff perspective, the language change probably wasn't required. I think what they intend to do with the World Golf Hall of Fame is very much in compliance with the original agreement, but out of an abundance of caution, we've been asked to make this change, and I think we're more than happy to do that. So you can see the additional language specifying the World Golf Hall of Fame in one of the 2 buildings. And I know we have representatives here from the USGA. I don't know if there's going to be any need for further description or clarification, or if you have any questions, but that's it.
We are in a public hearing. We'll take public comment. Is there any other comment from the staff? I think not, Jeff, on this. I'd like to invite the representative from the applicant for this to come forward and identify yourself and give us what you would like us to further consider doing. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Village Council. My name is George Smith from Next and Pruitt on behalf of the USGA. Like Jeff said, just a very simple amendment to clarify that the World Golf Hall of Fame is going to be a part of this incentive agreement, but really just administrative in nature, and I appreciate your consideration of this. Willing to take any questions.
Mr. Smith, thank you very much. If you just stay right there for a second, or you can use this table if we need it. Are there any questions from council, from staff, or Mr. Smith about this text amendment? Ms. Hoagman?
I just had one question. That is, in the Novus agenda, appended to this verbal change in the document, there were all the maps and things of the Pinehurst Resort/Club campus. Are they part of this application somehow, and what's their significance?
We got that comment from you earlier, I think today, and when we looked at Novus, we couldn't see what you were seeing.
Wow, because it's in It's in mine.
Yeah, and I was,
All right.
I was just going through the full agenda again this afternoon. I didn't see it then either, so.
And they're actually stamped with the ordinance date. Is it an ordinance or resolution, like 22-9 or something? It's, well, I forget what the number was, but it
I
was the
think maybe
one
what happened was that,
I printed everything, but from the cover sheet of this,
Right.
Yeah.
agenda item, all the
Okay.
way to the cover sheet of the next agenda item in the agenda, and right here it is. It's all just the agreement.
Okay, so they're not in there.
no,
Okay, good.
no, strictly this. And
Thanks.
it may have had to do with, we were one time going to have one hearing for both these issues, but we divided into two. All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith from Nexen Pruitt? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve this amendment?
You're
I
going to
think
have
we're-
to come out of the, first, do we have any public comment? And then you're going to
I'm
have to come out
sorry,
of the
yeah.
public hearing.
Well, I looked, I have one person who did sign up, Kevin Drum. I didn't see him here still. Are there other members of the public who would wish to speak about this issue? Seeing none, we will take a motion to close the public hearing.
I
Is there
move
a
to
motion?
adjourn the public hearing and re-enter the regular meeting.
It's a motion by
Second.
Councilmember Bosch, second by Councilmember Pizzella, to close the public hearing and move to the regular meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Having none, hearing none, the motion carries. We're back to the regular meeting. Is there a motion to authorize this change? And I believe that's number 10 on your chart.
I move to authorize the mayor to amend the incentive agreement dated July 26, 2022 between the United States Golf Association and the Village of Pinehurst as presented.
That's a motion by Councilmember Morgan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Pizzella. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Mr. Smith, thank you very much for coming down from Raleigh. Appreciate your being here tonight and working on this text amendment with us. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 13 in the agenda, which is a consideration of the Pinehurst South Small Area Plan. I believe Mr. Burke will be talking to us tonight.
I will, as will Alex. Give us a moment to get situated. As you know, I always have a very long presentation, so this will not disappoint. What happened to my video? All right, before we start off, like I started off, right here, I think. I thought I'd show, like we did last time. I'll have to move between both places. All right, so here is a video that we ran of kind of the Pinehurst South area. So here you can see we're starting out towards the harness track. You can see over here, this is actually it was taken a while ago, but this is those greenhouse lots that are currently under construction or actually almost finished. Go get me the mouse, please. I do? No, I don't. Oh, I mean the mouse pad. So continuing south, you can see the water tank in the foreground. Now we're heading over what is really zoned as Pinehurst South. So you can see Trotter Hills over here. You can start to see as we come in off of Parker, Boys and Girls Club over here. You can see the Rehabilitation Center over here, some commercial office buildings over here. So this is, when we show that, kind of that core area rendering, this is that core area rendering. Here's the Boys and Girls Club. Here's that market, farm market kind of incubator, could be a farmer's market down that area. I think we show a coffee shop in this area, and we showed potentially a restaurant in this area. And I've actually talked to a couple of the property owners in this area about that rendering, and they've already been trying to figure out what they could make potentially work in that regard. Keep continuing to move south. Highway 5 is over here, MC5 is over here on the east. You can start to see some of that older auto-oriented development on the east side of 5 with the gas station and kind of a small strip mall. Here we're looking to the south. You can see some of the, that's the post office. Here we're looking to the east. We're just doing a general view. Here is Monticello, and Monticello, Monticello, you know, in the plan, we have a proposal to potentially reconfigure that to the south. Here again is Trotter Hills. And you can see there's a good amount of development that has occurred since we've started on this plan. There's been, I think, 2 or 3 buildings that have been constructed in that area. That area's kind of heated up. And here we continue to look south. I don't know what I can do.
Use the microphone and the STEM microphone.
That never works, but we can try it. Does it go? There we go. All right, we'll continue to move south. If it's too loud, you're gonna have to turn it down, Lori. This is Page Street. Page Street is actually currently a private street, but this is a couple office buildings on either side of Page Street. If you look into to the south here, this is the Mahaley tract that we've talked about. This is that part of the small area plan where we were showing a number of mixed-use type buildings, and that was transitioning down to some residential in the south. You know some of the recommendations that the Planning and Zoning Board had on that in that regard, and we'll talk about that again a little bit in the future. Continuing to move south, and then looking a little bit to the east. And here we're looking to the east again, down, you see Trotter Hills over here, you see the shortstop. So there's been a lot happening in various parts of Pinehurst South. Here's a good, oh, darn it. We're gonna go around one more time. So here's kind of a good view to the south, looking up towards the racetrack or the harness track, and you can see this is part of that discussion that we've had a little bit about potentially on the public services site, which is nothing set on it, but we've only said that as a potential. Mouse, and then we have Monticello coming through here. Here again, we're looking to the south towards, this would be Aberdeen. Olivia Lane is right about down here. All these parcels are currently under some form of marketing. This one is about, the Mahaley tract is about 28 acres. I think there's another one for sale about 10 acres south of that. They're both zoned NC, and neighborhood commercial, and OP, office and professional.
Aaron, where's the cottages? Is it?
The cottages would be a little bit off
Off that photo to the left.
Yeah, just off the photo to the left, and you'll see it in a little bit.
Where are the corporate limits
Oop.
along 5?
The corporate, it gets kind of,
Past the water tower or?
yeah, well, that gets down into Aberdeen. This is, a lot of this is in the village's ETJ.
That's
So Blake, south of Blake, generally south of Blake Boulevard is in an ETJ. So you're looking, all of this is currently in our ETJ. Here was that, was a flooring store at one point in here? This building, I'm not sure what's in there right now.
That's the carpet store, I think.
Carpet store.
Yeah.
And we're moving kind of to the southern extent, and then looking here again is that assemblage of the Mahaley tract. Again, looking north towards that core area, Trotter Hills.
Making me dizzy.
I could go quicker.
Trotter Hills again?
Yes. We'll get there. Just give me 1 second. It should rotate back. Oh, this is another, all these lands over here, a lot of this is, and we'll see it on some of the figure ground maps. There's a lot of vacant parcels, a lot of vacant land within here. This is zone, the majority of this is zone RMF or multiple family.
Yep.
And there's Trotter Hills. So Trotter Hills is up in this location, Jane. These are parcels, all this stuff is generally undeveloped, and you'll see that you'll see that within some of the exhibits that we show. This is the railroad corridor coming through that, which we know, and we do have some recommendations for what, for a shared use path within that area. And again to the north, and we can, hey Kelly, can you X out of this and get me into my, into the PowerPoint? So you can.
So did you want to focus on one parcel or another tonight? I think the big issue is residential, commercial.
And that was one of the big issues that were raised. We talked through that quite extensively at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. What happened to it? Give me a minute. All right, now ready to go. All right, so Village of Pinehurst Small Area Plan, council adoption. We're hoping that we can get something approved tonight. Planning and Zoning Board approved the plan on 5/5/22 with a recommendation with respect to some land use within the area. So the village action on Pinehurst South Small Area Plan, consideration of the Village Place the common. That's just a miss on that one. P&Z reviewed on 5/5/22 and has made recommendation on a plan. Staff had developed 2 options for consideration for potential plan modifications. We've shown that on some of the renderings within the plan. P&Z could also have recommended additional modifications that were not staff developed. Council may recommend plans as is or with the P&Z recommender, or may provide alternative recommendations. As you'll see, as you see the effort starting to get underway with the Planning and Zoning Board with respect to Village Place and the form-based codes, the plans provide a guide for the future for such actions as zoning changes to implement recommended land use and architectural detail and development of new streets or pedestrian paths. All such actions are going to require public hearings and rezoning review by the Planning and Zoning Board and Village Council. We just started that effort last Thursday with the Planning and Zoning Board, working on the form-based code. So you can see we're using that Village Place plan as a tool to move forward with some of the items that, in order to implement the plan, we have to do things like adopt the form-based code, like make changes to the zoning districts. So that is what Planning and Zoning Board is committed to, and that's what we're working on right now. However, and this happened with the Village Place, and this will probably happen with this plan, if some aspect of the plan is objectionable enough to adjust the illustrations, e.g. commercial to residential or vice versa, we can do that. Most of the plan modifications have centered around land uses as shown south of Blake Boulevard. So here is Pinehurst. So here's Pinehurst proper. Here's the Pinehurst Country Club Central Campus, Village Place up here near 211, and then Pinehurst South here. So it all started really from our 2019 comprehensive plan. This was a recommendation. What it looked like for this area was focus area 2. This was kind of the recommendation. This is where they were proposing to put an innovation hub with a bunch of stacked housing within this particular area. We actually called that a mixed-use center stacked residential. To the east, we had suburban center along here, and then a suburban neighborhood here. A lot of, and historically, to put it into context, Pinehurst South is adjacent to and includes part of the Jackson Hamlet neighborhood. It's part of a historically African-American neighborhood that's been there for a number of generations. A lot of them have served and probably continue to serve or work at the Pinehurst Country Club. So part of what, when we're looking at some of these plans, we're looking at, we have to be sympathetic to some of those land uses that we're putting up against some of those neighborhoods. I thought this was interesting. This was an interesting little history about that Pinehurst South area as we were going through the plan. These are two uses that were located in Pinehurst South, in that Pinehurst South area. One is the Ambassadors Club on the left side. It was a historically African-American roadhouse where entertainers, Little Richard, Fats Domino, Ray Charles, played at this as they came through the area traveling down south. It's no longer here in that area, but I found that very interesting. Also, the Hotel Chalfant was a hotel that is, I think it transitioned out into a rehabilitation center or a nursing home of some sort, but the structure is still located down within Pinehurst South, and it gets a lot of paranormal investigators that come through the site. So I thought that was very interesting. So here.
I think the foundations are still there. It's near the flooring store, the carpet store.
They still are. The police chief took me back there one day, and it's interesting. This is actually that foundation right here. But this is the figure ground map. This is part of the existing conditions. And what the figure ground map simply shows is it shows the building in relation to the land around it. So when you start to look at Pinehurst South, you start to see, especially south of Blake Boulevard, you don't have a lot of buildings located down here. And that's why the importance of coming up with some of the plans that we've developed, because these areas will infill. Again, these are for sale right now. And there is interest. We actually had a gentleman in our office looking at that Mahaley parcel yesterday. And looked at the Pinehurst South plans as well. You also have the area on the west side of NC5, and this area again is all zoned multiple family. So you can see that there's not a lot of building activity here. That is why, when we start to look at having those architectural requirements coming in through the form-based code, we think it's very important for all these areas as they develop, so we can pull those areas together. This shows the current street network in the area. So the blue are just existing streets, and they could be private streets, like Page Street is a private street, but it shows where the dead ends particularly are. When we as planners look at dead ends, and we see dead ends around, we like to see, is there a way to connect a dead end within that neighborhood? So when you start to see the proposed street network, you're going to see how these road networks get extended. This is the existing land use, or this is existing zoning categories. So you can see this is zoned NC, which is neighborhood commercial. The purple is zoned OP, which is office and professional. And this is zoned RMF, which is multiple family. This shows the current open space and trails and sidewalks, and what you're noticing within this boundary. There's not a lot of dedicated open space. There's not a lot of sidewalks. So what we're trying to do with that plan when we put together is connect some of these areas and actually create some usable green space within the Pinehurst South area. Just some pictures again showing the area. Monticello here. So the small area plan. So really when we look through the small area plan, it's made up of 5 general sections, but the one we've been really focusing on has been the recommendations. That's where the land use recommendations, the open space recommendations, those type of recommendations are included. So you start to look at, here's the party block diagram. And this simply, when we start a process and we start planning out land areas, we look at what's called a party block diagram, which is no more than it's a vision, it's a concept plan for how blocks in the area could come together. That's what that is. So you can see within this area how they started to put and connect blocks and create blocks within this area, especially south of Blake Boulevard, where there's an opportunity to do such things and create some of the green space, and then across on the west side of NC5. So you're starting to see how the blocks could be connected together. The proposed open space and pedestrian network. This you can see, this is very interesting because you can see that, as part of the process when we're listening to some of the public comment, the lack of green space, it got identified that we need more green space in the Pinehurst South area. So we went back to kind of the drawing board and came up with the idea for approximately 5 to 6 acre park right here south of Blake Boulevard. We also, as you can see, we're trying to connect this park north into the core area where we're also showing some green space. The other attempt is to create a connection across 5 to some of this green space around here. The other thing with the Pinehurst cottages as well is we got them to dedicate an easement from that subdivision to this property line to allow for a path connection to this area and hopefully to the park. The other important point on this map is showing number 4, which is this is that shared use path. So the shared use path would be some type of a ped and bike path that would locate hopefully within the railroad right-of-way, the ACWR right-of-way. We've been working with them. They've been receptive. They haven't approved anything, but they've been receptive. And when a railroad is receptive of something like that concept, it's refreshing. So this is the park. The park plan that we had developed, and you can see that at the time we have a mixed use development shown around that park. So you've got the mixed use up here, the mixed use buildings or single use offices, single use retail up in this area that we had transitioned to residential on the south side of that park. This was kind of the concept of what things that could locate in the park, have a water feature, have a workout space, an outdoor workout space for people in the neighborhood, maybe a farmer's market, some type of pavilion building, something like that. Here's the concept for the shared use path, and you can see the kind of the illustrations on the right what that could potentially look like, located within the railroad's right of way. And then you go over here, and I think this is somewhere in the northeast. It's a rails. This would be considered a rails with trails program, and you can see that this can be done. It's done across the states, and I think there are 3 or 4 or 5 currently located within North Carolina. But this is something that can be done. But it does require close work with the railroad, and they do like things like fencing, things like that to control people coming in and out of their right of way. This is the proposed circulation plan, and you can see that the streets are based on that party diagram block, and you can start to see how the streets are coming together within this neighborhood. There wasn't a lot of streets to add on the west side of the road. There's just a couple that were added to service this long piece of land over here. But it's really the new streets would be added south of Blake Boulevard because, you have this general assemblage of open land to serve. And what we're showing is, potentially three access points off of Blake Boulevard, one being extended off of Page Street, which is a private road, and that'll have to be dealt with. One over here on Blake Boulevard, just next to the cottages, and potentially one here in the middle. So this, again, just shows how traffic could flow within this particular area. The other point that we've talked about through this process that came up as part of the process was the potential realignment of Monticello. So this shows the potential realignment of Monticello. As we stated, the realignment of Monticello would give us, the village, additional capability to do things on the harness track site. Nothing's been decided, but it's been something that has been raised as a point of discussion. The plan itself has standards for streets. We have standards for local streets, and we have standards for commercial streets. So this is this is kind of the proposed land use plan, and there's two of them. There's a low and a high, and basically the low has more single-family uses, and the high has more attached uses. So this is single-family low, and really what this is showing is you can see the development pattern that was originally proposed in this area. You can see this is a mixed-use, standalone office type environment on the north side. We have this parking here transitioning down to a single family or attached single family in the high density or high scenarios. During the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, we had a considerable amount of discussion on, because there was some concern about moving off the potential comp plan recommendation for this area to getting back from commercial to residential. So the Planning and Zoning Board had made a recommendation that we flip this out back to a similar development, non-residential development pattern as you're seeing up here, to maintain that entire development pattern throughout the entire south of that area until we get down to Arnett Street. So that was kind of their recommendation. I can see it both ways. I understand the recommendation. I support it now, given there's been a lot of change in Pinehurst since we started with the plan. So you had the USGA, you've got the USGA that's coming in, you've had the Hall of Fame, you've got a lot of interest now in Pinehurst and our ability, and we've talked to people at the county, we've talked to other people in economic development, the ability to place a golf cluster in this area becomes increasingly more favorable because we have the land available, because the land would be currently zoned for such use, and there's currently interest. So think about things like Golf Pride. Have a Golf Pride type industry down in this area, or whatever other types of golf type clusters might locate there. It doesn't mean it has to be, but the golfing industry has its eyes on Pinehurst right now, so there is a lot of interest. So keeping that pattern the same throughout the entire assemblage, I think it's a good recommendation.
Darren, doesn't this idea also accomplish something I think I support quite much, and that is that much of the commercial development in this area is going to be on the east side of Beulah Hill Road, Highway 5, and the residential, some of which is always there, is going to be on the west side. Now, there's some exceptions to that, of course, and the cottages will be on the east side. But this idea, looking at that plot of land number, lettered H there, G, H, and I were the three sections I think the planning board looked at. Mm-hmm. There's a good space of land there, and it does have some opportunities for development in the commercial side of things.
Correct. Without the park in there, if we just take the park out, it's about that's approximately 10 acres of developable land in that area.
Mhm.
I think that the development pattern, however, is going to come probably from the south, because this is, all the utilities are located on the north, so I think Mahaley tract is going to be the one that's going to develop first. And frankly, that's one where there's more interest in right now. On the west side, yeah, that's where it's currently zoned, multiple family, and that's, I think, where we talked, yeah, residential is fine on that side, that type of residential. Over on the east side, that will be more in a mixed-use fashion, things like, so a mixed-use building, but not standalone residential.
Right, right. Well, I think that's the main question for tonight, isn't it? How does council react to this concept of making it more commercial rather than residential, which had been earlier recommended, right?
Correct, yeah, that, from our conversations at the Planning and Zoning Board, that seemed to be the main point of concern. I mean, traffic's always a concern. Anything that we do is going to generate traffic on Highway 5, and we have to figure out ways to mitigate that. But the land use scenario, having residential here at the Planning and Zoning Board, that was their recommendation is to move back to this non-residential pattern.
Right,
in that area.
non-residential, yeah. Now, remind me, the moratorium in place for Village Place and Pinehurst South, what's the date on that now?
I think it's in October.
October. Okay. I don't know what questions other council members have. I think there's some. But the main issue I wanted to get on the table here tonight was how do we feel about this change to non-residential in that section there? So maybe we'll entertain questions for Alex and you now from council, or do you have other points you want to make?
And just one other point on that. If you watched the Planning and Zoning Board meeting the other night, the importance of this particular image is that when we start working on the regulating plan for the form-based code, the regulating plan is a form of land use control. So what we're going to do with the regulating plan, it says it can be a mixed-use building there, it can be a standalone office building there, it can be one of those things, or it could be an apartment. So there's a bunch of building types that will be a part of that regulating plan. So if we change this to a non-residential regulating plan, we don't have to bother with putting, a townhouse type in there, or a single-family attached, or a single-family detached. So we'll know when we start to develop that regulating plan what the building types are going to be in that area.
All the types that are non-residential, that would be.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, fine. So, do council have questions for Darren or for Alex about the entirety of the Pinehurst South Plan, but specifically also to this change that's being recommended under option 2 in the staff report? Jeff, Morgan, do you have any questions in the plan at this point?
I do not.
Okay. Jane?
I didn't understand, Darren, what you said at the end in answer to John's question. You were saying that even though we're showing commercial buildings, it could still be mixed use or townhouses?
No, I said, I was explaining the types of buildings, the building types that are in a regulating plan. So we'll have the building types that will be in a regulating plan.
Jane, what he was saying is that by specifying that this is non-residential, it will simplify the development of the regulating plan and ultimately the form-based code, because they can exclude all those residential types that they have to develop language for. Is that accurate, Darren?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things, I did listen to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. And one of the things that they were concerned about was that there be low density throughout this small area, because they're concerned about traffic on Route 5 and other infrastructure constraints. And of course, we're also, looking at, now, going to have to look at the traffic circle, and nobody wants to have to make enormous changes to the traffic circle. They don't have to. So we need to be careful about how much density we put on Route 5. But Page Road coming south from Blake and being shown going through to Olivia.
Mhm.
My understanding is that Page Road is a private road,
Mhm.
and that there's businesses along it, and that they've got parking and so forth, that, in other words, it wouldn't just naturally be amenable to cutting through all the way to Olivia the way it's shown on this map. Is it possible to have Page Road not shown as hooking up to the proposed new network of streets in there?
Sure. I mean,
Maybe it would be helpful to interject on that point. We have had a potential dedication of that right-of-way floated to us.
All right, thank you. So the commercial that's shown south of Blake is shown in a layout that looks kind of more retail than it does look like Trotter Hills, in that the buildings are shown right up against the street, as if somebody was going to window shop. And yet they're proposed, I believe, to be offices that don't have a bunch of customers. So would it be possible to show them more in the configuration that we see in Trotter Hills, with individual lots with an office building set back within that lot with a lot of green space around it, which is the Turnberry Wood model, something that looked more like the new USGA golf house buildings, rather than something that looks more like retail within Village Place or the Village Center.
it's not just, retail would be allowed to locate in there, but when you're looking at offices, an office building can locate up against the street. That's not an issue. All they have to do is provide for some parking. And the idea is the parking is being provided behind the building instead of the front of the building to make the experience between the front of the building and the street more pleasant than seeing a parking lot against the street and going up to a building.
Where does the Turnberry Wood angle come in?
By the quality of the development within Turnberry Woods. And there's open space that'll be required in there as well. It's just that having parking lots in the front of the building is just, when you're trying to create a neighborhood feel in that area, and it's going to be hopefully a mixed-use neighborhood, where you're going to have people potentially living in there, that, and having some retail, that is kind of the vision for that area, not just a suburban style business park.
On the west side of Route 5, I'd like to see low-density residential, not more than 4 units per acre.
Well, right now we have, I mean, when we've had this discussion, especially when we had the discussion about, we don't want any residential on the east side of NC5, we talked about, well, and west of NC5 is where we can put some density, especially given the fact that the vast majority of that is already zoned for multiple family.
Right, but this is our opportunity to plan for something else.
It is, and I know I've voiced this caution before, but council should be very careful about downzoning. Doesn't mean it can't be done, but you got to have a very good basis and reason for taking away that property right.
But it hasn't been exercised.
It's still zoned that way. It's still built into the price and value of the land.
Well, and I think the other thing that we're looking at, we're not proposing high density. We're not. I mean, if you're looking at, compared to other communities or even Southern Pines, we're not proposing high density because I don't think there's that type of room. But when we're also looking at the neighborhood that you're trying to create. You're trying to create a mixed-use neighborhood over here. You do need a certain density of people to be living there.
Trying to create a mixed-use neighborhood.
It's all mixed use. This can be mixed use or mixed use or standalone.
No, when we say on the east side of Route 5, want to be commercial, that means it wouldn't be mixed use. It would be, not be residential. It would not have stacked units on top of office buildings or any of this kind of thing. It would be office.
That is the comprehensive plan recommendation currently for that land. And that was part of the, when we started off on this process, we were looking at trying to implement or trying to stay consistent with the comprehensive plan. We moved off in certain instances on the south side, but mixed use has always been envisioned, well, at least since 2019, has been what's been envisioned on that side.
But that's not what I heard from the Planning and Zoning Board, and that's not what I think is evolving into what we really want to do there, which is to have offices that support golf industry, if that's the right term, and mixing in a bunch of residential, it
It's mixed use residential.
doesn't go.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that conversation at the Planning and Zoning Board. They didn't say eliminate all mixed use from that area because, once again, mixed use is an allowable. Mixed use is currently an allowable use within all of these areas. It is currently now. Same thing as Jeff said. You can downzone it, but that was not the idea when we went into this process. It was, the original idea was to create the innovation district. Now, we realize that the innovation district is not, we don't have the characteristics for an innovation district, so we started looking at things like a golf cluster. But could a golf cluster go in there easily? Sure, it could go in there.
Could I, maybe to illustrate, that area right now is zoned a combination of office professional and neighborhood commercial. Is that appropriate?
Well, I think it was probably zoned back before anybody really thought it would ever be built out. And now here we are, and we're looking at the road system that we have. We're saying maybe it was, zoned too densely.
I'm talking about the uses.
Yeah, well, that's what I am too. And maybe
So is
there's
office
too much
professional
of a
and neighborhood
muchness.
commercial appropriate for that? In terms of uses, is that appropriate?
So now here we are with the small area plan, and this is our opportunity to rethink and say,
Yeah.
what's the right
The
direction for this area to go? And I think putting the office there is great, but then adding all the residential back in is
The point I'm trying to make is that stacked residential is allowed in our current office professional and neighborhood commercial zoning districts.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Planning and zoning said non-residential. Does non-residential include mixed? To me, non-residential is non-residential, no residents in there. But it sounds like what you're saying with mixed use, you have some residences living in there, some residential units.
Potentially, or it could be mixed use, office, retail.
Okay, but I heard planning and zoning say non-residential. And that's what you've got here, to non-residential land use. So that's where I'm confused, because to me, again, non-residential land use means there are no residents.
When we look at that, we're generally looking at the primary use of the building. So the primary use of the building in our context would be, the primary use would be the most intense is going to be the commercial or the office function, and that'll be a secondary use related to it.
Okay, so a non-residential use could include stacked with residential on top of it?
When we're dividing things into the zoning categories, we call it residential or we call it non-residential. And maybe we use the wrong term, but the idea has always been that there's mixed use into that area. And maybe I need to.
And maybe I wasn't listening that closely when I listened to planning and zoning, but to me, and they talked about the innovative hub, and this would be a golf innovative hub. So what I was hearing was they thought everything east of Highway 5 would be only commercial. And so maybe I was hearing that incorrectly or misunderstanding their description, but I wasn't seeing residences over there.
We can certainly clarify that, but again, let's go back to, we're going to go back to the existing zoning. We'll always start with the existing zoning. We'll then start with the comprehensive plan. This effort was supposed to put more detail on that comprehensive plan. The entire comprehensive plan, I think the comprehensive plan had 181 stacked residential units on this side of the road. Didn't even account for the stuff on the west side of the road. So I think that was part of, that was part of this process. I can certainly clarify that. I can certainly go back to the Planning and Zoning Board and clarify that, and we can have that discussion with them. I'm not averse to doing that. If I confused it by saying residential versus non-residential, and non-residential in my mind is a mixed-use building, but yes.
Well, also I looked at the comp plan. In the comp plan, it says we need different housing opportunities. And we heard that with the cottage. And the cottages, they wanted smaller housing opportunities. And so we thought there'd be some small housing here. And now I see it on the west side of Highway 5. But, I don't know, do you go back to planning and zoning and ask for clarification? Because I don't know if they I don't know I know what I was hearing. I'm not sure that's what they were saying.
Yeah. On the west, on the east side?
Uh-huh.
I think we were in tune with some of your thoughts when we were getting some of the guidance on this, and we had that residential in there. We were trying to offer differing residential offerings. That is off the table. There's no support. There's no support from what I can tell at the Planning and Zoning Board, and I'm not sure if there's support at the Common Council. So that's why we're in this position with this recommendation to move that to a non-residential land use form. Now, if we want to further limit it to no mixed use or no mixed residential use, then we could have that discussion as well.
You're talking about the east side, the west side, or the whole?
East side.
Yeah, right. Well, I think that's one thing,
Comfortably.
I think we should give some direction on that particular piece now, on the east side, in this area called H, right? On the drawings, page 72 in the book. Go ahead.
There's that, and there's Jane's proposal to eliminate all mixed use on the west side of the east side of NC5. That's what I'm hearing coming from Jane.
Right. Because, again, coming back to Lydia's point here, non-residential still includes apartments over retail stores, right? In your definition.
Maybe I was using the definition wrong.
Okay.
I can clarify it.
The picture that's on the screen now is the high-density residential plan from page 73, as opposed to the lower density.
I think it's lower, isn't this?
This one's low.
The low
This
on
one's
the
high.
screen.
No, it's the high one.
One on the screen is low.
It was high
That's high
when
now.
Jane started talking, and then we switched it.
You switched it over, I'm sorry.
Fake.
Okay, all right.
So now it's high, but let's put it down to low.
Okay. Well, you want to eliminate that. I think the idea is what I'm hearing, the consensus is you don't want any of that in this particular location. This or this, this or this. You don't want any of that. That's what I'm getting. That's what the Planning and Zoning Board, recommendation is. Now, I think I have to further clarify this whole concept of what mixed use is, and if mixed use is considered non-residential. I guess we do consider residential. We do consider residential use. I'm looking at it I was looking at a broader term. We consider it commercial because it's in a commercial building. So, on this particular recommendation in this area, the recommendation is this pattern not to be established. So when we write the regulating plan, this pattern would not show up in that regulating plan. We wouldn't allow single-family detached. We wouldn't allow single-family attached, anything like that. The other question then is mixed use. What is the mixed use going to be?
I don't think, mixed use doesn't sound non-residential to me.
Me either.
It's in a commercial building. It's going to be in a commercially classed building. That's why we consider it from that standpoint. All you need to do is tell me you don't want mixed use residential buildings within this area, and we can work with that.
Well, how
Okay.
much time does it take to get clarification from planning and zoning?
We'll be meeting with them next week.
Well, I think they've already gone through this, and we may want to refer some back to them, but we can make our own decisions. They're an advisory group. We can make whatever decision we want. It doesn't necessarily have to go back there. Maybe we want it to. I just want to clarify and get to this one point in your staff memo. Option 2 is what you want us to deal with tonight. I guess there's a definitional question coming on here. But when I hear non-residential, I'm thinking non-residential. And my point is, this is all for the parcels east. Your question is only having to do with the parcels east of Beulah Hill Road,
That's
Highway 5?
correct. That was the only kind of point of contention through this process in this particular area.
So the question for council is, do we agree with the recommendation, I lost it on the screen here, as in the staff memo, option 2, recommend changing the proposed residential land use pattern south of Blake Boulevard as identified in pages 72 and 73 of the plan to non-residential land use pattern P&Z recommended option. So that's the question. And it only applies to this section east of Beulah Hill Road. We can talk about the rest of it whenever, but
You can make any other, you
understand
can
that.
recommend other changes.
All right. And when we're talking non-residential, council, are we talking, when we say non-residential, we mean non-residential? There'd be no residential component?
But that's not the only choice to be made, because we've got scenario 1, which is low density, which on the east side, on the west side of Route 5, shows mostly single-family detached, as opposed to scenario 2, which is the higher density build-out plan, which shows attached and multifamily on the west side of Route 5. Also, other differences, Monticello in scenario 1, low density, is shown not realigned, but even though it's zoned office professional now, is shown having a whole bunch of little houses along the south side of it, as opposed to scenario 2, high density, which shows Monticello realigned, but without any buildings on either side of the new realigned area, presumably to allow for a denser or broader, whatever, buffer if necessary. So, and I also think it's not 100% unfair to suggest that maybe we look at the layout of the commercial buildings on the east side of Route 5 and say, is that the kind of layout we want for an office park? Or is the Trotter Hills layout, which is like Turnberry Woods layout, more better? So those are all
Well,
things.
on that point, though, the boxes that are drawn here are for people to look at. It doesn't necessarily mean, as we've heard before, that we're going to lay out as this is showing.
I think it's a valid point, though, John. I think fundamentally, what the consultants were trying to depict on the east side of the road was more of this activated streetscape, where the buildings are closer up to the road, to the roadway, like they are downtown. And as Darren highlighted, pushing the parking behind the buildings so they're hidden from view, rather than being the thing that you're confronted with when you're on the street. And I think that's, I mean, versus the Trotter Hills model, where it's built like a residential subdivision and your parking is out there on the street.
I mean, and when you look at it from the other aspect, we've got residential, this is buttoned up into a residential neighborhood over here, a growing residential neighborhood over here. We're hoping that, people are going to be walking through these areas and, You know, when you have the buildings designed up to the street, you have the potential to put some retail in there, things like that. It does make for a different environment than walking through, say, Trotter Hills or walking through Turnberry Woods. So I think, you know.
With that in mind, I think that the idea of creating this activated streetscape made a lot of sense when you had a density of residential down there that would be down there taking advantage of their local downtown, if you will.
Right.
But if you remove all the residential, maybe
Different.
just make it look like Trotter Hills.
Right. And then you've got that little area by the Boys and Girls Club, which is different.
Which is which was what was that original core area.
That'll never activate either because there's not enough density of residential. So I think by removing all of this residential from the east side of Highway 5, it basically undermines just about everything that our consultants were trying to achieve there.
Jeff, thank you for saying that, because as I look through this, and you hire the consultants, and they do all their market studies and everything, and came up with what you're saying. And I think you pull out a big underpinning, and what does it do to the plan if you pull out an underpinning that's there based on considerable research and experts? I don't know the answer to that, but I wonder the same thing when I hear planning and zoning say non-residential, but then I think you pull out all the residential, and who's going to support the businesses? I don't know the answer to that.
Well, with all these variables, I, for one, I'm not ready to make any approval of this plan tonight, because I see there are many more issues here at work than even we were thinking about. If you want us to give some direction to option number 2, and then we'll go from there, but I think to do that, and then I'd like to move on into other parts of the agenda, because we've got some other significant business to do tonight. And I just don't want to, I don't want to try to go beyond your single recommendation here. Is this still something that you want us to deal with tonight, option 2, or do we want to be thinking through the implications, as Jeff Sanborn has been pointing out, of that? And I certainly personally need to do that.
You're not
So-
ready.
I agree.
How does the rest of the council feel about this? Do you want to pursue some of these issues on the Pinehurst South Plan now? I think we can easily take this up in August.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I have some general comments.
Okay, let's get those out, because that will be directional.
One, I'm very disappointed with this work product from this consultant that has yet to appear before us. I went through this page by page. If you look at almost every one of their diagrams, they omit the railroad track from the diagrams. Why? I don't know why, but that is one of the most single biggest aspects of Highway 5 is that railroad track. If you look towards the back of their report, where they talk about traffic impact, you want to talk about the reason for downzoning, I tell you one reason we can consider downzoning is the traffic projections that this consultant is making regarding potential build-outs down there. They basically are undermining the idea that we should do much development there at all. They rate this as one of the worst. There's evidently a way you rate traffic systems, LOS, E, D, F. They're projecting that this will be one of the worst you could possibly have with the amount of additional vehicles. So a few things. And last, or close to last but not first, as I said, I was disappointed in their product. There's a degree of sloppiness here to the point that they even misspelled my name. So I know we're paying them a lot of money, but if you want to get someone to read your report real thoroughly and go through every page and spell that person's name wrong, you're going to go through it real thoroughly.
That was our part. We did.
So let me continue. I think I agree with what Lydia said about this whole thing about residential, non-residential. we obviously have some clarification there. I like the greenways and the trailways, they're envision and draw that, but I don't know if they've got enough space to pull it off there. That is a the picture that was depicted there was of a nicer place with more space. I don't know if they can squeeze that in there. I hope they can, because I think that's a good way for the community to connect with, Village South to connect with.
There's a lot of railroad right-of-way to take advantage of there.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. I do think we ought to look at some of this space from the standpoint of recreation space for our community. The Village South seems to be, I'll call it a neglected area, and we ought to factor that in. We talked about the golf industry part. You know, the undeveloped, shall we call it, old pit golf course is right there along Highway 5. So maybe there is some joint-like venture that can be worked out regarding that. But there's not a single hotel in Village South. Maybe we don't want one down there. The report did point that out. One of the things I found, I don't know if it's comical or discerning, is that they have what I call, if you go to pages 45, 46, I call this the some versus many versus most analysis of these consultants. And they talk about most stakeholders support this, but some stakeholders think this. Many stakeholders think that. They're just sort of all over the map. Maybe that's the way their DNA works to produce these reports for us, and then we try to determine what we're supposed to do. But if you look at their traffic impact part, you look at their fiscal analysis impact part, where they pick a winner and a loser, commercial versus residential, and most importantly, you look at the colossal traffic problem we can be impacting by the decisions we make along this area. We really need to tread slowly. I'm looking forward to having more discussion this maybe in August. I know a lot of work by the Planning and Zoning Board went into this, and a lot of thought. I've attended some of their meetings where they've discussed it. But I'm skeptical of what I'm looking at from the consultant. Thank you.
Other comments from council members before we move on that give some thought of your own positions and some direction to Darren and Alex? Anybody else have any thoughts? We have a lot of moving parts here, more than we might have expected. Hearing none, is it agreeable to move on into the rest of the regular meeting and go to the work session? Lydia, you okay?
Do we have any direction?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what are we asking staff to do? And I'm still struggling with pulling out the housing, and is what's left there sustainable from a planning standpoint?
Is it from what?
A planning standpoint, an economic standpoint.
Well, no, it depends on what you want to achieve. If you just want to achieve in that area a suburban-style business park, pull out the housing, yeah.
A lot of talk about traffic here tonight as well. A good way to tackle future traffic problems is with mixed-use development.
And why is that, Jeff?
You create traffic problems by separating all your uses. Because there's no internal capture. People have to drive somewhere to do everything. If some of the things that are important in their life patterns exist in the neighborhood they live in,
And Jeff,
the overall traffic impact.
and I was looking at it, if it's all business, then the people who go to work there and shop there or do whatever, they are going to have to drive there. So that's another, and then another thing in terms of the little monopoly hotels we have there, I think you guys have told us one time, that doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. That's just depicting what could happen. But it's just, that's how you zone it, and then the buildings can go in wherever the developer wants to put them. But so what kind of direction are we giving you?
I think it's...
And I can tell you what I like.
Mixed use, we're giving mixed directions, which is where you are when you have a small plan and you're trying to make it better.
Well, I can't-
Jeff Sanborn, I appreciated your comment, though, just there about the impact of different styles. I think that's where we need to focus some of our attention at the next meeting, on what the implications are for that.
So maybe the direction is let you guys continue to think about this, and we'll bring it back to the next meeting to.
I think so, yes,
To continue
yes.
the conversation,
Yeah.
okay?
Jane, did you have a final comment?
Well, that the Planning and Zoning Board was unanimous and quite firm that they did not want to see this area turned over to residential. They wanted to maintain it as an area for office development, particularly since we now have Trotter Hills has done quite well recently. And also, we have the rise of the golf industry, if that's the right word. And this is one of the few areas in the village that's available for that. So they were quite firm about that. And I agree with them.
This land use pattern right here, correct?
Say again, Darren.
This land use pattern down here, that's why they were focused on this particular land use pattern in this. That's why it's around this circle, that they were focused on these blocks within this circle.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we'll revisit this. It'll get its attention. All right, I'd like to move on into any other business to be brought for the regular meeting. Seeing none, let's move into comments from attendees. I have a list of about 7 or 8 people. Looks like most of them want to speak about STRs. And while I'm getting my calculator ready to time the 3-minute commentary, I'll call up Philip Sonia, followed by David Dube, is it? And then Carol Coates. Mr. Sonia, please.
All set, sir. Yeah, my name is Philip Sonia, 29 Bedford Circle. We've had these discussions for a while. I've lived here for a number of years. I'll probably live here a lot more years than probably everybody else here from this point forward, right? I'll tell you, I'm actually very concerned about the village here. I provide a lot of data. I provide a lot of insight on these things. Searched over 300 academic studies, pulled data off my own AirDNA account to provide that, which I funded, pulled information from a variety of different sites. I believe a bit of that's been adulterated here. And I'd like to, and I communicated that I'd be more than happy to talk about where that data comes from, how it's out there. But a lot of that's been misrepresented, especially in this recent listing to ban STRs. You have a lot of incorrect data in there, and I think it's worthwhile to clean that up. Look, communities, again, have to communicate. I feel there's some effort here to openly obstruct that process. I do not know why it can be incredibly costly to open up a conference room and have a couple dry erase boards in it, ask anyone that wants to attend to come so we can lay out items and solutions and present real data. People aren't going to scan through this data, but I will. I've scanned through the data. Let's play. Again, there are efforts here that I think we should entertain true academic study, goodwill, cooperative approaches, and a cooperative effort to, again, open communication. Communications matters. If you listen to one side, that's not wisdom. Economics matter. We just said that, although we said it before, even with elements that, sponsor academic endeavors that support economics. We don't believe that. We praise a $10 million investment, yes, we discount a $14.7 million annual investment with a multiplier effect that's nearly double than what that $10 million will do. I am concerned we are going to embrace a path that's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal costs, hundreds of thousands. You're going to deter visitors. We're going to injure small local businesses. We're going to decrease property values. Most importantly, you're going to crush a number of residents who own STRs here for a variety of reasons, or even simply poster STRs as they plan to use it throughout the year intermittently to see their grandkids. I'm disappointed about this turmoil we're about to embark upon. I think there's some ignorance there. And I don't mean that in a poor way. I think there's some bad faith there. I think there's a bit of malfeasance as well. I think that we should really look at your survey, which said 95%, see, the this community is excellent or good. This is not a causal study. If you want to lay out a survey with a causal study, you have to make causal statements first. We have not done that. I was very clear in the data I provided, and I want to clear one thing up because we keep quoting AirDNA data inside your statement there. AirDNA is data resources that scrapes data. Began in 2015, that's when their data starts. It acquired rights to new platforms across that entire endeavor. So one of the reasons why you see an increase in data for the STRs is because they can see more of the STRs. So that's taken them from Craigslist, it's taken them from VRBO, from AirDNA. Then they came up with a better concept of integrating those so they could see better across those. They have a 14-point element that goes through to prevent double counting. That takes a little while. So as they acquire a platform, they see more, but then they have to compare the two, and that's why you start seeing that steady state growth rate across the board. For those of the business backgrounds, we all know that as we have this rate increase, we see the shortest investment rates that we have really in the history of our lives. We're going to see a spike in some of that because if you have a business background, it translates to sufficient margins for an anticipated cap rate. We saw another spike in AirDNA. You see this across the board. Two reasons for that. They acquired Transparent and Alpine, had a huge cash injection in early January, then we anticipated the spike. You saw them dip shortly and then spike, a spike of 22%. Some of that we could account for our own measures, right? So this council just said we were going to grandfather in STRs. Look at the STR list. See how many of those are local residents.
We're at 3.5 minutes now, sir. Please wrap up.
I'll sum it up. Data isn't knowledge. Let somebody go through the data with you. It's great we have a spreadsheet. Lay it out. Make some phone calls. I made those phone calls. 124 of the STRs in 2020. That's an increase of 1.35% in the number of our homes that have become STRs. 10% of our STRs are managed by the Pinehurst Country Club. And when we talk about new STRs, realize this, there's a higher turnover in those elements, in that the majority of them come from our condominiums and our townhouses. You'll have a very small amount of turnover, less than 150 that have occurred here inside of small single-family residents. The majority of them are turnovers. And if we call those individuals up, we'll find out that they're military members, because I recognize the names and I've called them. You'll find out they're individuals. We'll find out that they're individuals that have moved here from Washington, D.C. last year. We'll find out they're residents from Ohio. We'll find out that they're individuals that have moved here in the last few months.
David Dube, do I have that correct?
Hello, Council. I drove up from Florida from this meeting. I'm a 8-month property, 8-month resident now of Pinehurst. I don't live here full-time. I do own a short-term rental. And a lot of the problems that I've been reading about are mainly due to poor management. And I'm here to offer solutions, okay? And I hope that facts are more important than your feelings. You know, a lot of the talk is, you know, the Village of Pinehurst is not receiving revenue from the taxes that are automatically remitted on behalf of us unit owners through Airbnb, through VRBO. A good solution would be to add maybe a bed tax or hold Moore County accountable for the funds that they're collecting and distribute that to the Village of Pinehurst. Okay, we're attracting A-class tenants here. Doctors, business owners, lawyers, people who have money. Okay, let's, you know, charge them a little extra so everybody can benefit. Okay, I know there's, you know, golfers that come here. Which one of you hasn't golfed and drank at the same time? Okay, not everybody can hold their alcohol. So these loud parties at night, a good solution is in South Florida, I manage Airbnbs for a living. We have sound monitors that are inside and outside of these residences. So if these, you know, guests go above a certain decibel limit, they're sent a text message that says, you're over the limit of the sound noise after 10 p.m. The next infraction, you will be removed from that property and your security deposit will be held. All the neighbors that are concerned about the quality of life, this is not a retirement community. Who moves to North Carolina where it still snows, okay? You move to Florida if you have $1 million to spend, okay? The statement that Tom Pashley made about how they manage 40 rental properties and that if they were to be eliminated, it would have no effect on the resort. I mean, think of all the jobs that'll be affected, the cleaners, the contractors, everybody involved that make the process for these guests smooth. I have more than 75-star reviews, and I manage my property from Florida. I come up here every few months. So it's a management perspective. It's a host perspective. You need to hold these people accountable, find them, implement a system. In South Florida, we have a $350 a year registration fee. Think of all the money. Who doesn't like money here? What else? The resort has already done everything possible to eliminate the public. Getting rid of tee times. You're only allowed to make a tee time on 1, 3, and 5 in the cradle. I mean, they're making their money. We're talking about building parking garages and all this stuff. Where are these people just parking at the hotel or going to drive 500 feet down the road and park at the parking garage? These people are staying at short-term rentals. They're generating money that the resort just thinks it's automatic. If you eliminate these people, they're not going to be spending money in the pro shop, at the Deuce, in the Village, at the roast office, and all the cool places that the town has. You're just, you're cutting the legs off of people who are really sustaining the Village. It's not all about the resort. There's 40 golf courses within a 30-minute drive. Do you think people are going to pay $500 a night to go play Tobacco Road? They're not going to stay at the resort, but they're still going to come and spend money at the bar, at the Cradle Crossing. They're still going to go get a souvenir at the pro shop. We have 3,000
Try to
families.
wrap up your comments, please.
Yes, sir.
We're about 4 minutes.
We have 3,000 families coming here in the next 2 weeks. If you eliminate these short-term rentals, where are they going to stay? They don't want to go stay at a Best Western or a Spring Hill Suites in a 300-square-foot room with 4 people. So they are not spending, they're spending money out at the restaurants in Southern Pines, and everybody's benefiting. So basically, all these Karens, they can go live over at Brookdale Senior Living. There's plenty of bed space for them. And any realtors here, please, you need to stand up. This is your livelihood. These property values will be cut in half if you eliminate these short-term rentals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carol Coates.
Carol Coates, 21 Edinburgh Lane. I'll be brief. Recently, there was a headline on the front page of the Pilot that said, "Rentals divide the village." Well, I don't think that's accurate. I think that the overwhelming majority of residents support removing STRs in single-family residential neighborhoods. And the people that want them to remain, for the most part, are the owners who have a financial interest in STRs, most of whom don't even live in Pinehurst. I've heard that consideration is being given to allowing them to remain for 3 years rather than the 2 years previously mentioned. 3 years will seem like an awfully long time to the man whose family was awakened at 3 a.m. to the sound of drunk golfers partying in the backyard next door. That happened about 3 months ago in the St. Andrews area. The people who bought property to use as STRs did so in direct violation of the Pinehurst Development Ordinance, which clearly states lodging establishments are not permitted in single-family residential zones. Also, as you know, the fact that there are approximately 400 houses, STRs, that are not occupied by full-time residents is costing the village roughly $300,000 annually in lost sales tax revenue. How can any one of you be in favor of retaining STRs in single-family zones? The Village Council has a responsibility to the residents of Pinehurst. You owe it to your constituents, the people who elected you, to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Sino, followed by Ms. Witt. Mr. and Ms. Witt. Nick Sino, please.
I will also be brief. My name is Nick Sino, and I'm a resident of Pinehurst, and my address is 5 Piedmont Lane. I'm also the president of the Pinehurst Vacation Rental Association Limited. We are a nonprofit trade association organized to preserve vacation rentals and personal property rights in the village of Pinehurst. The comments I am here to offer are my own. These comments have not been vetted by the association. I am here in support of vacation rentals. I believe they are integral to the long-term economic viability of our village. I lost my place. I believe they are ingrained into the village's history. And I strongly oppose any attempt to transform this village into anything other than the resort community which it is. I am not here armed with hours of research. This very council recently commissioned a blue ribbon survey which already affirmed the quality of life in Pinehurst to be good or very good. I ask you, what more could I offer? No, I am here with only my opinion as a resident, which used to be sufficient. Please preserve vacation rentals in Pinehurst. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Witt? Yeah, thank you.
Zach Witt. I think
Zach.
my penmanship. He only used about a minute and a half, so I'm going to take a minute and a half of his time as well. Is that right? I'm just kidding. It's all right. It's late. So Zach Witt, I have a house over in Clarendon Gardens. I support short-term rentals. That place is managed professionally, and there's a level of accountability that my property manager holds to the guests, and that I hold to my property manager. I think there have been a few comments tonight about holding those persons accountable for the tenants that you put in there, and I think we fully support that. I think most people who are doing this at a professional level would fully support that. I think they would support regulations that get everyone compliant with a safe and a safe property that's within standards of what Pinehurst embodies, right? With that in mind, I think it's imperative upon the council to guard that Pinehurst brand. And as been mentioned numerous times, Pinehurst is a resort town, Pinehurst is a retirement town. Pinehurst is a town made up of constituents, and it thrives on the golf and tourism industry. And I think that the most valuable thing in Pinehurst is that brand, and that brand has to progress forward. I think if you limit the amount of short-term rentals, if you provide unbelievably cumbersome regulations surrounding it, I think you're going to jeopardize that brand of hospitality, which was listed conveniently this morning, 6 hours ago, in the brief that the gentleman from the resort or from the staff gave regarding the resort of, I think it was Principle 5 of keeping and promoting Pinehurst hospitality and golf. I think short-term rentals are attached to that. We need the people coming in. We need the people spending money. We need the people being ambassadors for the town of Pinehurst, going back to wherever they came from, and then wanting to come back here year after year after year, wanting to buy homes here and start to live here and retire here. We need that. If we start shutting that off, it's going to take much longer to get it back once we realize the economic situation that we're in 3 to 5 years from now. And I think at a minimum, the council would be ill-advised to move forward with any significant measures to curtail that without at least an objective economic opinion, like fact-based economic opinion from a consultant or firm or whomever that outlines the most likely situation you'll be in from the trickle-down effect of short-term rentals and the impact that will likely have on local businesses, shops, retail, golf industry, and whatnot. I think that's probably enough on the economic thing, because it's certainly a theme with everybody. And then lastly, just in closing, I would encourage the council and the city to address the problems at hand, which are relatively small and easily addressable, again, I think through property management and professionalizing that process. You can still manage your property independently, but we can create a process that holds whether it's a single person or a single individual managing their own property or someone managing 50 properties. We can hold them accountable. We can develop a mechanism that ensures that those situations involving a noise disturbance are anomalous and not, just like they are, I think, already relatively anomalous, but not something that is truly deteriorating the quality of life for the residents of Pinehurst. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be that source of conflict. And then lastly, as has been mentioned, nobody wants to see 400 or 200, or however many homeowners get litigious on the backside of this, no one wins in that environment where there's a legal fallout, which almost certainly will ensue, whether it ends up with short-term rentals being allowed or being forced upon the city or not. It will be an uncomfortable experience and a costly experience for everyone involved. And I would like to think, as professionals from across the community, we could figure out a more amicable solution that allows everyone's interest to be addressed, and moreover, for the city of Pinehurst to not undergo an unnecessary economic downturn. Thank you.
Thank you. Audie Cashin? He left. Abe Purrington?
I'm going to make my speech real short. I think the whole thing about the short rentals, I went through this same process through Raleigh. Raleigh had the same, I had the same problem with Raleigh. Raleigh was trying to get rid of short-term, and then they made restrictions saying that, okay, the property owner had to be there at the property. You couldn't rent out the whole house. You couldn't, they just made a whole bunch of it didn't make no sense what they was doing. And then I waited a year, and then they ended up reversing. This is a win-win situation for the community. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because like one gentleman says, yes, it does. It brings money to your community. Some people come here, they're looking for homes to buy. But they need a place temporary just to stay to make their decision. One gentleman said they're worried about property value going down. Go look at Raleigh right now. Is the property value there going down? Actually, it went up. So before you make a decision, think about those things. It's a win-win for the short-time rental and for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andy Budgie?
My name is Andy Bledgy. I don't live in Pinehurst, but I own properties here. I have a couple of historic buildings downtown that we've operated for quite a while, that have actually been part of this whole argument for years. To start out with, it used to be that the resort didn't want short-term rentals, and then we had bigger houses here 30 years ago that nobody wanted to renovate because they were too expensive to renovate. And finally, the short-term rental market was able to make some of those houses viable to renovate and spend money on. We've actually ourselves and our development companies have bought quite a few of the historic properties downtown Pinehurst, renovated them to accommodate short-term rentals, even though that's still allowed under your current ordinance. I just read your guidelines of what you're proposing today, cursory, but I want to point out a couple of things. I think I would table this for quite a while and hire a study to be done, because the impact calculations you have in your study are very flawed and incorrect, and end up getting sued by a lot of people because the impacts are misleading and they don't take into account cash flows and return on investments. And they only take into account the value of the properties increasing or decreasing. The next one, the loss of cash flow buyers disappear. A lot of the homes that when people moved to Belle Meade around here and such, those were cash flow buyers. They bought older homes that got too big. And so to renovate them, to put the money into them, they came in and bought those homes from those people so they could go to the retirement homes and such. And I put quite a few homes on the market at one time. Now, right now, we're running a pretty good market. Things are going pretty good for us, but if we don't have those cash flow buyers that invest in these older homes would deteriorate. And some of the older homes downtown have just been recently bought for enormous amounts of money. And those have been bought for rentals, and they're quite nice. We've been renting in Pinehurst now for about 10 years. Probably 60% of our people are returned visitors. We've never had one complaint about anyone because we monitor our people. Now, so I think you can put in regulations that monitor the people that make them, and make even the people that rent them liable for some of the issues that they could cause. For example, they were talking about people that cause parties. We don't allow them. If we do that, we have ways to report them. They can't rent from any of the short-term rental systems ever again. So, and the next one is input from the future development. Investment in older homes will be limited as expenditures will be severely limited. I've got here the impact of reducing the number of these short-term, limit the number of visitors to Pinehurst. I don't know if you've all kind of looked at the fact that you're talking about 3 times the number of hotel rooms in these little short-term rentals in town right now. It's exploded, and granted it's exploded. It's surprising to me. Because when I first started with this stuff in Pinehurst, I think there were 6 of us. Now there's over 300. So this is in a very, very short period of time, less than 10 years. But you're talking about there's almost 300 hotel rooms available around Pinehurst area. There's almost 3 times that amount in short-term rental in rooms. It's a massive number. So if you figure out the economic impact that you're talking about the hotel and these other hotels, those people have got to go someplace. So I think you all have got to take into consideration where are they going, how is that going to impact the city, and what's going to happen here. Now, the other part, historically, Pinehurst has historically, since its creation, was founded on seasonal rentals. That's available in all the historic facts. It's all seasonal rentals. They were very controlled back then, and I think they should be very controlled today. But people came in for 2 weeks, people came in for 3 months. That's been the historic pattern of this. These homes were not, even the homes downtown, were not primary homes, they were secondary homes. And they rented to their friends, relatives, and stuff that came down on the train, and they rented this. If you change this pattern, I think it changes all the historic fabric of Pinehurst in some way. So I think that should be under consideration too. My recommendations are the following. Table anything for a while until you get better studies. The second one, calculate the financial impact on the various assumptions, how the taxes impact cash flows of people, just shifting from smaller investors to larger investors. If you get rid of the short-term rentals, you eliminate all the smaller investors. I mean, bigger investors benefit either way. You shut it down, they buy homes on a discount. You open it up, they have to compete. But I think you need to understand the thing here. No matter what is adopted of the current or short-term rentals, everybody that has one should be grandfathered in some form or fashion, and not a 2 or 3 year thing. It's just not a recoverable amount of money. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pileggi. Thank you very much. Linda Guerra, followed by Jeff Heinz.
Yes, I'm Linda Guerra. I live at 15 McQueen Road. I know tonight on your work session, you're going to discuss the quality of the life survey. That survey came to my home. It was addressed to my deceased husband. So as the occupant, I filled it out. I had a hard time filling out that survey because I think it completely missed the mark. Living in my home, I haven't witnessed any next door any prostitution. I haven't seen any drugs. I haven't seen anybody public urinating anywhere, but it has affected me. When it came to rating my neighborhood, I don't want to say I live in a bad neighborhood. I live in a good neighborhood, but I live next to an STR that I can practically touch when I walk out my door. So that has changed my whole life. So I think that survey for me and maybe some other people, it completely missed the mark. So when you're going to look at it, you might consider some of this. And I want to say something else. A man earlier said, this is not a retirement community. Maybe it's not fully a retirement community, but that's why many people like me came here. And we have sustained this community for the years. I've been here 23 years. I shop, I have volunteered. I know other people have. Yes, we're retirees, and we are very much a part of this community. And our lifestyle needs to be taken seriously by this council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Heinz?
We have to bring this to a conclusion if for no other reason it's taken me longer and longer to walk up here. We've had a chance now to review and digest the results of the Neighborhood Quality of Life survey that was circulated several weeks ago. Looking exclusively at the respondents from single-family neighborhoods, the survey says that 94% of them rate the quality of life in their immediate neighborhoods as good or excellent. But when asked to respond after considering the presence of short-term rentals, those numbers drop off. 76% of respondents who don't even live near an STR, 60% for those living near one, 63% for those living near two, and only 47% of respondents living near 3 or more STRs rate the quality of their life as good or excellent. These results are pretty dramatic by themselves, but they're also well below what our comprehensive plan and all of our other aspirational documents say. We're shooting for better than that, according to those documents. Most importantly, as the ETC Institute says in its introduction to the survey, the Village of Pinehurst considers a difference of plus or minus 10% to be a significant finding. The decline in each of these three categories of STR neighbors exceeds the 10% threshold, and the point of a survey is to act on significant findings, not ignore them. As for the future, well, the growth of STRs has been described by the Convention and Visitors Bureau as exponential. 55% year over year, according to AirDNA, 141% since the third quarter of 2019, according to the pilot. And listen to this. 50% of the STRs in our single-family neighborhoods were acquired only in the last 2.5 years. 52% of Pinehurst STRs are owned by non-North Carolina residents. This isn't just the natural growth of a cottage industry like on Etsy. This is a revolution. We've heard the data is what the data is. And here, the data shows conclusively that if we continue to do nothing, the number of STRs in Pinehurst single-family districts will double, maybe in 1 year, but certainly in 2. What multiple of survey respondents will report a decline in their quality of life then? Will those numbers be significant enough to act on? As it relates to the character, culture, and future of Pinehurst, I suggest those numbers will be catastrophic and irreversible. Residents expressing concerns about STRs have been victim-shamed as a vocal minority of elitist malingerers and cranks. But you know their complaints are real. Now, according to the data, we know that their concerns are shared by a significant segment of the village population. They want their village to stand up for them, as other communities in North Carolina have done, come what may. There is no rational reason for Pinehurst to ignore the interests expressed by its residents and the data that it defines as significant. Short-term rentals should be prohibited in single-family neighborhoods and subject to common sense regulation elsewhere, just like hotels, barbershops, and other businesses. We're at a defining moment here. If concerns about the consequences of unchecked STR growth are wrong, we can easily revisit that issue. But if they're well-founded, as the data says they are, we'll never get that genie back in the bottle. Our fate will have been sealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heinz. That concludes the list of persons who have signed up. However, is there anybody else who didn't sign up or wish to speak on any matter to the Village Council tonight before we end the regular meeting and move to the work session? Is there anybody else who has any comments about any subject? Seeing none, we'll move on into the end of this meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the regular meeting?
Move to adjourn the regular meeting.
That's a motion by Councilmember Bosch. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Pizzella. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll reconvene this meeting at 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. We need to push the tables around a little bit. We'll go right to the work session, which largely has to do with short-term rentals.